into yourself and away from everyone, because nobody understands.
I'm a board-certified OBGYN, right, at an accredited program in this country. I got less than a month of training of menopause, and some of my colleagues don't even get that.
Looking at the 20th anniversary of the reporting of the Women's Health Initiative and taking stock of what has happened in those 20 years, very little.
We go through puberty and everybody's happy and excited and you can't wait. And then you go through pregnancy and it's parties. You go through menopause and nobody wants to hear about it.
When I went to the doctor and told them that I diagnosed myself and I think this is happening, they said, well, we'll see, let's just wait and see.
Women who have early menopause have not only an increased risk of cardiovascular disease, but also of dementia. So if something is bothering you and someone says it's in your head, it's like, of course it is. Everything is in my head. And hormones affect your brain.
Our brains run on estrogen starting at puberty. And they keep doing that until the end of our lives.
If you think about the impact of growing up in a racist society on your body, the trauma, it makes sense to me like as you get older, that trauma impacts your hormones.
All of a sudden you get like heart fluctuations, and I thought, okay, it's just that I'm having a panic attack, you know, and so then that messes with your mental psyche, you know, all of it.
Brain fog is a very weird phenomenon that doesn't even actually have a term in medicine, is that these changes can be so severe to prompt fears of either going crazy or developing dementia.
Women say, I just don't feel like myself anymore. I feel like I'm just a different person. Like, who is this person? I've lost myself.
And so I lost a lot of the confidence in the one thing that I knew how to do. If I can't ad-lib, if I can't read the teleprompter and the words that are in front of me, I can't be a journalist.
We have the cost of lost work productivity, women with lost wages. This is an enormous loss of human capital.
A lot of that was breast cancer. A lot of that is pregnancy-related conditions. How much of that really is dedicated to women over the age of 40? You know, I mean, we can't even find it. They don't even keep records on how much research is done on menopausal women. That's how little has been done.
I think one of the most damaging things we did to women is that we made them afraid of something their body naturally makes. I think it's devastating.
Is the last third of my life not as important as the middle third in my reproductive years?
I think that there is at least an understanding and awareness that women are not going to stand for it anymore. Women are waking up and saying, what? No one ever told me this. Well, we should all know.
myself drawing into yourself and away from everyone because nobody understands.
I'm a board certified OB/GYN, right, at an accredited program in this country. I got less than a month of training of menopause, and some of my colleagues don't even get that.
Looking at the 20th anniversary of the reporting of the Women's Health Initiative and taking stock of what has happened in those 20 years, very little.
We go through puberty and everybody's happy and excited and you can't wait. And then you go through pregnancy and it's parties. You go through menopause and nobody wants to hear about it.
When I went to the doctor and told them that I diagnosed myself and I think this is happening, they said, well, we'll see, let's just wait and see.
Women who have early menopause have not only an increased risk of cardiovascular disease, but also of dementia. So if something is bothering you and someone says it's in your head, it's like, of course it is. Everything is in my head. And hormones affect your brain.
Our brains run on estrogen starting at puberty. And they keep doing that until the end of our lives.
If you think about the impact of growing up in a racist society on your body, the trauma, it makes sense to me like as you get older, that trauma impacts your hormones.
All of a sudden you get like heart fluctuations, and I thought, okay, it's just that I'm having a panic attack, and so then that messes with your mental psyche, all of it.
Brain fog is a very weird phenomenon that doesn't even actually have a term in medicine, is that these changes can be so severe to prompt fears of either going crazy or developing dementia.
Women say, I just don't feel like myself anymore. I feel like I'm just a different person. Like, who is this person? I've lost myself.
And so I lost a lot of the confidence in the one thing that I knew how to do. If I can't ad-lib, if I can't read the teleprompter and the words that are in front of me, I can't be a journalist.
We have the cost of lost work productivity, women with lost wages. This is an enormous loss of human capital.
A lot of that was breast cancer. A lot of that is pregnancy-related conditions. How much of that really is dedicated to women over the age of 40? We can't even find it. They don't even keep records on how much research is done on menopausal women. That's how little has been done.
I think one of the most damaging things we did to women is that we made them afraid of something their body naturally makes. I think it's devastating.
Is the last third of my life not as important as the middle third in my reproductive years?
I think that there is at least an understanding and awareness that women are not going to stand for it anymore. Women are waking up and saying, what? No one ever told me this. Well, we should all know.
felt myself drawing into yourself and away from everyone because nobody understands.
I'm a board certified OB/GYN, right? At an accredited program in this country. I got less than a month of training of menopause. And some of my colleagues don't even get that.
Looking at the 20th anniversary of the reporting of the Women's Health Initiative and taking stock of what has happened in those 20 years, very little.
We go through puberty and everybody's happy and excited and you can't wait. And then you go through pregnancy and it's parties. You go through menopause and nobody wants to hear about it.
When I went to the doctor and told them that I diagnosed myself and I think this is happening, they said, well, we'll see, let's just wait and see.
Women who have early menopause have not only an increased risk of cardiovascular disease, but also of dementia. So if something is bothering you and someone says it's in your head, it's like, of course it is. Everything is in my head. And hormones affect your brain.
Our brains run on estrogen starting at puberty. And they keep doing that until the end of our lives.
If you think about the impact of growing up in a racist society on your body, the trauma, it makes sense to me like as you get older, that trauma impacts your hormones.
All of a sudden you get like heart fluctuations, and I thought, okay, it's just that I'm having a panic attack, and so then that messes with your mental psyche, all of it.
Brain fog is a very weird phenomenon that doesn't even actually have a term in medicine, is that these changes can be so severe to prompt fears of either going crazy or developing dementia.
Women say, I just don't feel like myself anymore. I feel like I'm just a different person. Like, who is this person? I've lost myself.
And so I lost a lot of the confidence in the one thing that I knew how to do. If I can't ad-lib, if I can't read the teleprompter and the words that are in front of me, I can't be a journalist.
We have the cost of lost work productivity, women with lost wages. This is an enormous loss of human capital.
A lot of that was breast cancer. A lot of that is pregnancy-related conditions. How much of that really is dedicated to women over the age of 40? We can't even find it. They don't even keep records on how much research is done on menopausal women. That's how little has been done.
I think one of the most damaging things we did to women is that we made them afraid of something their body naturally makes. I think it's devastating.
Is the last third of my life not as important as the middle third in my reproductive years?
I think that there is at least an understanding and awareness that women are not going to stand for it anymore. Women are waking up and saying, what? No one ever told me this. Well, we should all know.
withdrawing into yourself and away from everyone because nobody understands.
I'm a board certified OB/GYN, right? At an accredited program in this country. I got less than a month of training of menopause. And some of my colleagues don't even get that.
Looking at the 20th anniversary of the reporting of the Women's Health Initiative and taking stock of what has happened in those 20 years, very little.
We go through puberty and everybody's happy and excited and you can't wait. And then you go through pregnancy and it's parties. You go through menopause and nobody wants to hear about it.
When I went to the doctor and told them that I diagnosed myself and I think this is happening, they said, well, we'll see, let's just wait and see.
Women who have early menopause have not only an increased risk of cardiovascular disease, but also of dementia. So if something is bothering you and someone says it's in your head, it's like, of course it is. Everything is in my head. And hormones affect your brain.
Our brains run on estrogen starting at puberty. And they keep doing that until the end of our lives.
If you think about the impact of growing up in a racist society on your body, the trauma, it makes sense to me, like as you get older, that trauma impacts your hormones.
All of a sudden you get like heart fluctuations, and I thought, okay, it's just that I'm having a panic attack, and so then that messes with your mental psyche, all of it.
Brain fog is a very weird phenomenon that doesn't even actually have a term in medicine, is that these changes can be so severe to prompt fears of either going crazy or developing dementia.
Women say, I just don't feel like myself anymore. I feel like I'm just a different person. Like, who is this person? I've lost myself.
And so I lost a lot of the confidence in the one thing that I knew how to do. If I can't ad-lib, if I can't read the teleprompter and the words that are in front of me, I can't be a journalist.
We have the cost of lost work productivity, women with lost wages. This is an enormous loss of human capital.
A lot of that was breast cancer. A lot of that is pregnancy-related conditions. How much of that really is dedicated to women over the age of 40? We can't even find it. They don't even keep records on how much research is done on menopausal women. That's how little has been done.
I think one of the most damaging things we did to women is that we made them afraid of something their body naturally makes. I think it's devastating.
Is the last third of my life not as important as the middle third in my reproductive years?
I think that there is at least an understanding and awareness that women are not going to stand for it anymore. Women are waking up and saying, what? No one ever told me this. Well, we should all know.
myself drawing into yourself and away from everyone because nobody understands.
I'm a board certified OB/GYN, right? At an accredited program in this country. I got less than a month of training of menopause, and some of my colleagues don't even get that.
Looking at the 20th anniversary of the reporting of the Women's Health Initiative and taking stock of what has happened in those 20 years, very little.
We go through puberty and everybody's happy and excited and you can't wait. And then you go through pregnancy and it's parties. You go through menopause and nobody wants to hear about it.
When I went to the doctor and told them that I diagnosed myself and I think this is happening, they said, well, we'll see, let's just wait and see.
Women who have early menopause have not only an increased risk of cardiovascular disease, but also of dementia. So if something is bothering you and someone says it's in your head, it's like, of course it is. Everything is in my head. And hormones affect your brain.
Our brains run on estrogen starting at puberty. And they keep doing that until the end of our lives.
If you think about the impact of growing up in a racist society on your body, the trauma, it makes sense to me like as you get older, that trauma impacts your hormones.
All of a sudden you get like heart fluctuations, and I thought, okay, it's just that I'm having a panic attack, and so then that messes with your mental psyche, all of it.
Brain fog is a very weird phenomenon that doesn't even actually have a term in medicine, is that these changes can be so severe to prompt fears of either going crazy or developing dementia.
Women say, I just don't feel like myself anymore. I feel like I'm just a different person. Like, who is this person? I've lost myself.
And so I lost a lot of the confidence in the one thing that I knew how to do.
At an accredited program
if I can't read the teleprompter and the words that are in front of me,
of training,
I can't be a journalist.
Actually, the idea, the menopause,
we have the cost of lost work productivity.
Advantage has nothing
Women
to
with
do with
lost
biology
wages.
and
This is
everything to do
an
with
enormous
culture
loss of
and
human
medical
capital.
history.
They called a press conference. No one was allowed to read the study. It wasn't even published yet. It said
breast
estrogen
cancer.
causes breast cancer.
A lot of that is pregnancy-related conditions. How much of that really is dedicated to women over the age of 40? We can't even find it. They don't even keep records on how much research is done on menopausal women. That's how little has been done.
I think one of the most damaging things we did to women is that we made them afraid of something their body naturally makes. I think it's devastating.
Is the last third of my life not as important as the middle third in my reproductive years?
I think that there is at least an understanding and awareness that women are not going to stand for it anymore. Women are waking up and saying, what? No one ever told me this. Well, we should all know. Women were upset. They called the office. They were like, oh my God, I can't believe you gave me this stuff and it's gonna kill me and give me breast cancer. So we were all caught flat-footed.
I felt myself drawing into yourself and away from everyone.
And so I lost a lot of the confidence in the one thing that I knew how to do. If I can't ad-lib, if I can't read the teleprompter and the words that are in front of me, I can't be a journalist.
Then you get like heart fluctuations. And I thought, okay, it's just that I'm having a panic attack. So then that messes with your mental psyche.
Night sweats, insomnia,
Weight gain,
urinary tract infections, urinary incontinence,
Joint aches,
Depression, anxiety,
dry skin,
vaginal dryness,
painful sex,
the brain fog.
loss of libido.
Hot flashes are the tip of the iceberg.
You can't lump menopause into one basket for all races, ethnicities.
When we say that Black women experience menopause differently than their white counterparts, it's not because there's something physiologically different from us. There is something different culturally.
It's a profound hormone shift, but we've done this before. We do this every month with periods. We do this with pregnancy. We do this with puberty.
I guarantee you there's a Nobel Prize for the person that can figure this out.
We all know that if women are not doing great, society falls apart.
Arts and Film Festival seeks to use the voices of our artists to help create the change to these devastating headlines reflecting injustice and inequality in our global community. Let's raise the vibration of our planet. Join PTAF for our third year as we bring change to our communities through music, art, and film. PTAF 2018 will feature artists, musicians, and filmmakers using their voice and work for change.
The reason I do music is to inspire, motivate, uplift. I believe this festival will create change. And this is a letter to my brothers and to my sisters, the true pharaohs of this great land.
I use my films to bring awareness to issues that are not being discussed in the world. This film festival is going to contribute to this world in making positive changes. My hope is that it could activate people into wanting to do something different.
I use rap to find myself as a way for me to become who I am meant to be. My people, the people of the Philippines and people of Philippine America, this is a lifestyle that we can live. I feel like this festival can give you a story, my people's story, something that's not usually heard on mainstream or TV.
We want you to join us for PTAF 2018 as we create the change. Donate, become a sponsor, volunteer, follow us on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. We need you to make PTAF 2018 a success. Your donations matter. It will help us provide free entrance to over 500 youth to our Create the Change, Heal Our Youth concert. It will help us cover administrative and operating costs. Your donations today will help us continue to provide a platform for artivism. Create the change. Donate today.
As a filmmaker, I have to bring us some issues that many people are afraid to talk about.
I feel that we're social injustice enough in film because we're afraid that it won't be a financial success. People will not want to go see something that makes them feel uncomfortable.
I was an actor in a play called Pray the Wall. There was a lot of aspects of bias and prejudice in the play dealing with Muslims and their the perceived history of them being terrorists. I had many friends who told me that, Yeah, I had some reservations about coming to see this project. However, you were in it, so I was coming to support you, and I am so glad that I came.
I feel that you can change a generation.
I think it's very important to let people know, to let the world know what's going on.
There's no better way than doing that with film, because everyone relates to film.
I'm from Russia, and in my country, social media and documentaries doesn't work much, because in every good documentary which was created to open people's mind and show the truth, there is 2 documentaries which shows what the government want people to see, but in America it really works.
It is very important to, as a filmmaker, to have a platform like this festival to share our work, to share our point of view.
I just want people to come and experience the festival, from the panels, the artwork, the films, the music, the theater, anything that we present. I'm hoping that when people see it, they will walk away feeling energized, engaged, that they were immersed in something positive.
Hi, I'm Michelle Andrea Michelle Smith, or just Andrea, and I'm the founder of the Pembroke Taffarelli Arts and Film Festival. I started the Pembroke Taffarelli Arts and Film Festival, or as it's known, PTAFF, because I believe in the power of storytelling, not just to entertain, but to relieve truth or reveal truth, to challenge injustice, and to move people to act. Every year, we bring together artists, filmmakers, youth, and community to spotlight stories that society often overlooks and or ignores. And in 2025, we're focusing on a very important issue: labor and wage equity. This isn't just about policy, it's about people. It's about the workers, the laborers in our communities that take care of our families, that build our cities and create our content, yet are struggling to survive. Through films, panels, art exhibits, and a fashion show, we are going to create a space for truth, vision, and collective action. Your support will help to amplify the voices that needs to be heard. It will help our youth, our artists, and our filmmakers tell their stories. It will fund programs that inspire, educate, and ignite change. So if you believe in equity, if you believe in art with a purpose, if you believe in community and its power to create a more just and equitable world, join us. Stand with PTAFF and donate today. Because when we tell our stories, we help to shape our future.
I'm a board certified OBGYN at an accredited program in this country. I got less than a month of training of menopause.
Actually, the idea the menopause puts a woman at a disadvantage has nothing to do with biology and everything to do with culture and medical history.
They called a press conference. No one was allowed to read the study. It wasn't even published yet, and said estrogen causes breast cancer. And that's just not what the data supports.
Women were upset. They called the office. They were like, oh my God, I can't believe you gave me this stuff and it's gonna kill me and give me breast cancer. So we were all caught flat-footed.
I felt myself drawing into yourself and away from everyone.
And so I lost a lot of the confidence in the one thing that I knew how to do. If I can't ad-lib, if I can't read the teleprompter and the words that are in front of me, I can't be a journalist.
Then you get like heart fluctuations. And I thought, okay, it's just that I'm having a panic attack. So then that messes with your mental psyche.
Night sweats, insomnia,
weight gain,
urinary tract infections, urinary incontinence,
joint aches,
depression, anxiety,
dry skin,
vaginal dryness,
painful sex,
brain fog,
loss of libido.
Hot flashes are the tip of the iceberg.
You can't lump menopause into one basket for all races, ethnicities.
When we say that Black women experience menopause differently than their white counterparts, it's not because there's something physiologically different from us. There is something different culturally.
It's a profound hormone shift, but we've done this before. We do this every month with periods. We do this with pregnancy. We do this with puberty.
I guarantee you there's a Nobel
I'm a board certified OBGYN at an accredited program in this country. I got less than a month of training of menopause.
Actually, the idea the menopause puts a woman at a disadvantage has nothing to do with biology and everything to do with culture and medical history.
They called a press conference. No one was allowed to read the study. It wasn't even published yet, and said estrogen causes breast cancer. And that's just not what the data supports.
Women were upset. They called the office. They were like, oh my God, I can't believe you gave me this stuff and it's gonna kill me and give me breast cancer. So we were all caught flat-footed.
I felt myself drawing into yourself and away from everyone.
And so I lost a lot of the confidence in the One thing that I knew how to do. If I can't ad-lib, if I can't read the teleprompter and the words that are in front of me, I can't be a journalist.
Then you get like heart fluctuations. And I thought, okay, it's just that I'm having a panic attack. So then that messes with your mental psyche.
Night sweats, insomnia,
weight gain,
urinary tract infections, urinary incontinence,
joint aches,
depression, anxiety,
dry skin,
vaginal dryness,
painful sex,
brain fog,
loss of libido.
Hot flashes are the tip of the iceberg.
You can't lump menopause into one basket for all races, ethnicities.
When we say that Black women experience menopause differently than their white counterparts, it's not because there's something physiologically different from us. There is something different culturally.
It's a profound hormone shift, but we've done this before. We do this every month with periods. We do this with pregnancy. We do this with puberty.
I guarantee you there's a Nobel Prize for the person that can figure this out.
We all know that if women are not doing great, society falls apart.
And Film Festival seeks to use the voices of our artists to help create the change to these devastating headlines reflecting injustice and inequality in our global community. Let's raise the vibration of our planet. Join PTAF for our third year as we bring change to our communities through music, art, and film. PTAF 2018 will feature artists, musicians, and filmmakers using their voice and work for change.
The reason I do music is to inspire, motivate, uplift. I believe this festival will create change. And this is a letter to my brothers and to my sisters, the true pharaohs of this great land.
I use my films to bring awareness to issues that are not being discussed in the world. This film festival is going to contribute to this world in making positive changes. My hope is that it could activate me into wanting to do something different.
I use rap to find myself as a way for me to become who I am meant to be. My people, the people of the Philippines and people of Philippine America, this is a lifestyle that we can live. I feel like this festival can give you a story, my people's story, something that's not usually heard on mainstream or TV.
We want you to join us for PTAF 2018 as we create the change. Donate, become a sponsor, volunteer, follow us on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. We need you to make PTAF 2018 a success. Your donations matter. It will help us provide free entrance to over 500 youth to our Create the Change, Heal Our Youth concert. It will help us cover administrative and operating costs. Your donations today will help us continue to provide a platform for artivism. Create the change. Donate today.
As a filmmaker, I have to bring out some issues that many people are afraid to talk about.
I feel that we don't explore social injustice enough in film because we're afraid that it won't be a financial success. People will not want to go see something that makes them feel uncomfortable.
I was an actor in a play called Pray the Wall. There was a lot of aspects of bias and prejudice in the play dealing with Muslims and the perceived history of them being terrorists. I had many friends who told me that, yeah, I had some reservations about coming to see this project. However, you were in it, so I was coming to support you, and I am so glad that I came.
I feel that you can change a generation.
I think it's very important to let people know, to let the world know what's going on.
There's no better way than doing that with film, because everyone relates to film.
I'm from Russia, and in my country, social media and documentaries doesn't work much, because in every good documentary which was created to open people's mind and show the truth, there is 2 documentaries which shows what the government want people to see. But in America it really works.
So it is very important to, as a filmmaker, to have a platform like this festival to share our work, to share our point of view.
I just want people to come and experience the festival, from the panels, the artwork, the films, the music, the theater, anything that we present. I'm hoping that when people see it, they will walk away feeling energized, engaged, that they were immersed in something positive.
Hi, I'm Andrea Michelle Smith, or just Andrea, and I'm the founder of the Pembroke Taparelli Arts and Film Festival. I started the Pembroke Taparelli Arts and Film Festival, or as it's known, PTAFF, because I believe in the power of storytelling, not just to entertain, but to relieve truth or reveal truth, to challenge injustice, and to move people to act. Every year, we bring together artists, filmmakers, youth, and community to spotlight stories that society often overlooks and or ignores. And in 2025, we're focused
I'm a board certified OBGYN at an accredited program in this country. I got less than a month of training of menopause.
Actually, the idea The menopause puts a woman at a disadvantage. It has nothing to do with biology and everything to do with culture and medical history.
They called a press conference. No one was allowed to read the study, it wasn't even published yet, and said estrogen causes breast cancer. And that's just not what the data supports.
Women were upset. They called the office and were like, oh my God, I can't believe you gave me this stuff and it's gonna kill me and give me breast cancer. So we were all caught flat-footed.
I felt myself drawing into yourself and away from everyone.
And so I lost a lot of the confidence in the one thing that I knew how to do. If I can't ad-lib, if I can't read the teleprompter and the words that are in front of me, I can't be a journalist.
Then you get like heart fluctuations. And I thought, okay, it's just that I'm having a panic attack. So then that messes with your mental psyche.
Night sweats, insomnia,
weight gain,
urinary tract infections, urinary incontinence,
joint aches,
depression, anxiety,
dry skin,
vaginal dryness,
painful sex,
brain fog,
loss of libido.
Hot flashes are the tip of the iceberg.
You can't lump menopause into one basket for all races, ethnicities.
When we say that Black women experience menopause differently than their white counterparts, it's not because there's something physiologically different from us. There is something different culturally.
It's a profound hormone shift, but we've done this before. We do this every month with periods. We do this with pregnancy. We do this with puberty.
I guarantee you there's a Nobel Prize for the person that can figure this out.
We all know that if women are not doing great, society falls apart.
withdrawing into yourself and away from everyone because nobody understands.
I'm a board certified OB/GYN, right, at an accredited program in this country. I got less than a month of training of menopause, and some of my colleagues don't even get that.
Looking at the 20th anniversary of the reporting of the Women's Health Initiative and taking stock of what has happened in those 20 years, very little.
We go through puberty and everybody's happy and excited and you can't wait. And then you go through pregnancy and it's parties. You go through menopause and nobody wants to hear about it.
When I went to the doctor and told them that I diagnosed myself and I think this is happening, they said, well, we'll see, let's just wait and see.
Women who have early menopause have not only an increased risk of cardiovascular disease, but also of dementia. So if something is bothering you and someone says it's in your head, it's like, of course it is. Everything is in my head. And hormones affect your brain.
Our brains run on estrogen starting at puberty. And they keep doing that until the end of our lives.
If you think about the impact of growing up in a racist society on your body, the trauma, it makes sense to me, like as you get older, that trauma impacts your hormones.
All of a sudden you get like heart fluctuations, and I thought, okay, it's just that I'm having a panic attack, and so then that messes with your mental psyche, all of it.
Brain fog is a very weird phenomenon that doesn't even actually have a term in medicine, is that these changes can be so severe to prompt fears of either going crazy or developing dementia.
Women say, I just don't feel like myself anymore. I feel like I'm just a different person. Like, who is this person? I've lost myself.
And so I lost a lot of the confidence in the one thing that I knew how to do. If I can't ad-lib, if I can't read the teleprompter and the words that are in front of me, I can't be a journalist.
We have the cost of lost work productivity, women with lost wages. This is an enormous loss of human capital.
A lot of that was breast cancer. A lot of that is pregnancy-related conditions. How much of that really is dedicated to women over the age of 40? We can't even find it. They don't even keep records on how much research is done on menopausal women. That's how little has been done.
I think one of the most damaging things we did to women is that we made them afraid of something their body naturally makes. I think it's devastating.
Is the last third of my life not as important as the middle third in my reproductive years?
I think that there is at least an understanding and awareness that women are not going to stand for it anymore. Women are waking up and saying, what? No one ever told me this. Well, we should all know.
felt myself drawing into yourself and away from everyone because nobody understands.
I'm a board certified OB/GYN, right? At an accredited program in this country. I got less than a month of training of menopause. And some of my colleagues don't even get that.
Looking at the 20th anniversary of the reporting of the Women's Health Initiative and taking stock of what has happened in those 20 years, very little.
We go through puberty and everybody's happy and excited and you can't wait. And then you go through pregnancy and it's parties. You go through menopause and nobody wants to hear about it.
When I went to the doctor and told them that I diagnosed myself and I think this is happening, they said, well, we'll see, let's just wait and see.
Women who have early menopause have not only an increased risk of cardiovascular disease, but also of dementia. So if something is bothering you and someone says it's in your head, it's like, of course it is. Everything is in my head. And hormones affect your brain.
Our brains run on estrogen starting at puberty. And they keep doing that until the end of our lives.
If you think about the impact of growing up in a racist society on your body, the trauma, it makes sense to me like as you get older, that trauma impacts your hormones.
All of a sudden you get like heart fluctuations and I thought, okay, it's just that I'm having a panic attack, and so then that messes with your mental psyche, all of it.
Brain fog is a very weird phenomenon that doesn't even actually have a term in medicine, is that these changes can be so severe to prompt fears of either going crazy or developing dementia.
Women say, I just don't feel like myself anymore. I feel like I'm just a different person. Like, who is this person? I've lost myself.
And so I lost a lot of the confidence in the one thing that I knew how to do. If I can't ad-lib, if I can't read the teleprompter and the words that are in front of me, I can't be a journalist.
We have the cost of lost work productivity, women with lost wages. This is an enormous loss of human capital.
A lot of that was breast cancer. A lot of that is pregnancy-related conditions. How much of that really is dedicated to women over the age of 40? We can't even find it. They don't even keep records on how much research is done on menopausal women. That's how little has been done.
I think one of the most damaging things we did to women is that we made them afraid of something their body naturally makes. I think it's devastating.
Is the last third of my life not as important as the middle third in my reproductive years?
I think that there is at least an understanding and awareness that women are not going to stand for it anymore. Women are waking up and saying, what? No one ever told me this. Well, we should all know.
Hi, everyone. Hello, welcome, welcome, welcome. And here we are at Redefining Womanhood. I'm so glad to get started. We had some technical difficulties, but we are just coming back in from watching the amazing The M Factor. Again, we are here at Redefining Womanhood, navigating menopause, mental health, and midlife. I'm practitioner Michelle. I'm co-hosting today with PTAV because this is something that I find dear to my heart as a menopause menopause, perimenopause coach, specialist, women's health specialist as well. I want to go ahead and grab up one of our women. She's absolutely amazing. Brenda Braxton, we're going to bring her to the screen. She's going to talk about what she's offering today. It's one of the things, she's great in the field, but she is on the move and she is traveling right now. So we want to make sure we get her in there right now to bring her message to you. So I'm going to go add her to the stage here.
Hello.
Brenda,
Of course, now
okay, welcome.
Everybody's talking at the airport. So, I'm trying to find some
Yes.
place quiet. Give me 2 seconds. Oh my
No,
God.
no, that's fine. That's fine. We're just glad to
Okay,
have
hold on.
you here.
Yes. I'm so happy to be here finally. I don't know what happened, but you know what? Everything happens for a reason. So here we go,
Absolutely.
right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear
I
you
think I
well.
lost. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Mhm.
Oh, I moved away from. Okay. I moved away. Okay, you hear me now. Well, I'm happy to be here. As long as you can hear me. How's it going?
Yes. It's going wonderful. For me, I will be on a little bit later, so you know the long line technical piece is a little bit different. So I've just been waiting and trying to make sure we catch up with everyone.
Oh my God. Okay, hold on 1 minute. I'm so sorry. I had it all planned out. And isn't it something? Tell God your plans, right? Because now.
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Oh, come on. There ain't that many planes boarding. Well, anyway, if you can hear me, I'm so happy to be here with Pause by B. Braxton. And I wish I could be there with all of you. But we've got some good gifts for you. The ladies have some good gifts for you from Pause by B. Braxton. And I hope you can still hear me.
Tell us a bit about Pause B. Braxton. Tell what led you there and how did you get started in that?
You're breaking up. I'm so sorry.
Oh, I was saying,
Jesus.
tell us a little bit about your business and how you came to grow it. And,
I can't hear you. I'm so sorry.
let's see here. Hold on. Let me check something really quickly.
Hopefully they'll stop talking in a minute and maybe I can get to you. Can I get back to you like in 5 minutes? I know you ladies are on a schedule, but perhaps I can get back to you in 5 minutes.
Okay, no problem. We'll definitely bring you back.
Is that okay?
Yes, we'll bring you back. Okay. Yes. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get that worked out. But let's go ahead and start with, since we didn't get to do it this morning, we want to go ahead and start with our intentions. And while we're doing that, I would love to go ahead and welcome our founder. But let's go ahead and move into intentions just real quickly. I want us to take a deep breath together. We're going to be placing one hand on our heart and one on our bellies. And just asking ourselves, what do we need today? Clarity, connection, rest, or inspiration? And let's just sit with this a moment. Then also, I want to be able to have affirmations today where we have the opportunity to say, well, we release what no longer serves us. We're open to wisdom, creativity, and connection. And we claim this day as a gift for our minds, bodies, and our spirits. So we're going to just choose one word to kind of anchor our day. And then we'll also reflect. And as we begin, just ask yourself, what do you most want to receive today? What do you want to release? And how do you want to feel when you leave this space? And you can just write it down quietly or just hold it within quietly. And last but not least, together today we gather to honor the wisdom of women in midlife, to restore our bodies and spirits, reimagine what's possible for ourselves and each other, and taking a moment to breathe in community, breathe out doubt, and breathe into possibility. So wonderful. So if we could actually get our founder on, I believe she should be on the main stage camera. Michelle, are you able to join us? Let's see if we can get her. Michelle, Andrea, if we can get you to join us real quick, that would be great.
Did you? Oh, I can't use my phone. She's supposed to let me in. Oh, there it is. That main stage camera, I'm there. That's where I'm supposed to be.
Okay,
Okay. You have it?
got it.
She's adding me?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're already on screen. We can see you, Michelle. If you can come to the camera, just say hello and welcome.
We can.
Okay, I guess we lost connection there. Let me hold on just a second.
Finally, huh?
Yeah, we were lucky that the passports were scanned for me and the address. For them, it had to be done here because we skipped
What?
the passport.
Uh-huh.
They asked for our address.
Yeah.
But they didn't. Thing for customs.
Ah.
Hi, Brenda. So glad to have you
Hello.
back. Hello, hello. Okay,
Oh God.
wonderful. So yeah, really quick, let's just talk about
Yes.
what your offer is today, because I know you're going to take off soon. But let's just
Yes.
talk about that, how menopause is always like this and we're moving and how we can help ourselves.
Always. See, and this is a perfect example because my travel cases are for women of a seasoned age who travel and need that little bit of comfort. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm presenting today for any of your ladies. It's a travel case. It's got all kinds of goodies in it. Also, the subscription box, which I came up with that because when I turned 50, I'm in theater, and when I turned 50, I felt like I became the invisible woman. And so, with menopause and all of that. So I thought maybe there's something that we can have that women can kind of experience different items. While you're going through menopause. So that's how I got my subscription box. The subscription box has really, really good stuff in it. And it's a quarterly box. So you get a chance to actually use some of the stuff, before you move on to the next subscription box. But the holidays are coming up, and they're perfect gifts for friends and aunties and mothers,
Yes,
So
yes.
yeah,
And
yeah,
ourselves. We can gift ourselves. And that's what I love about
absolutely.
this, that we're
Absolutely.
having this conversation now and that it's the silence is over. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about
Absolutely.
these things. So that's wonderful. Tell everyone how they can find you, how they can find the subscription boxes, and
Okay.
how they can get in touch with you.
Okay, you can go to pausebybraxton.com. That's the website. And social media is all Pause by B. Braxton. Instagram is Pause by B. Braxton _ And everything is Pause by B. Braxton. Facebook, all of that. And you can contact me through the website anytime. Yes. And what I also am bringing is the joy of menopause, because we hear so many like, oh my God, the hot flashes, the dryness, the this, the that. But there's a joy to menopause as well. I know it's hard to believe, but there is.
Oh, yes,
And here
yes.
I am on a
And,
flight talking about menopause.
that's so that's what we need to do. We need to be able to talk about it because it is such a huge part of life, and so many women are suffering in silence. So the fact that we're talking
Absolutely.
about it and someone overhears you, you may help a woman there. And I
Absolutely.
know exactly what you mean about 50, because it was a newfound freedom and joy and just being who I am.
Exactly.
So
Exactly. Yes.
wonderful,
So
wonderful.
yeah. Yeah.
So
So don't forget
before
the
you go, because
holidays are
I know
coming.
you. Yes, holidays are coming. Any last word
Mhm.
for any of our attendees or viewers that you want to let them
Oh,
know about you and your business?
well, one thing I want to say too is everybody's menopause journey is different. So don't think that your menopause, your hot flash is the same as someone else's. Everybody's is different. And I think the main thing to do is figure out what your journey is. And that will help you on your journey, not anybody else's. And also, just again, find the joy to it, because there is some kind of joy, and find your community, which you ladies today, this is a wonderful community. I wish I could be there. Tamsin Fidel is a friend of mine. And I
Wonderful.
haven't gotten to see the movie yet. I'm so jealous. Everybody got to see the movie, but I'm
It's
sure
good.
it was wonderful.
It's
Yeah.
really good. She
Yeah.
actually will
Yeah.
be here. I'm actually based in Texas. And
Uh-huh.
so she will be here for a conference in Austin
Oh, cool.
mid-October. So, but yeah, the documentary is great. So if any of
Yes.
those, anyone's missed it, make sure you find a way to watch it. It was originally aired on PBS. And like I
Hmm.
said, it's an amazing film and very eye-opening, and kind of
Absolutely.
shifting the conversation. So.
Absolutely. And that's also why I am working on a pause lounge for airports, because it's a big part of our life. You know, when we travel, we need a space that we can go to and sit quietly and have people who understand what we're going through, even when we're traveling. You know,
Yes.
menopause doesn't stop when you travel.
Yes.
So yeah.
Doesn't stop for anything,
Thank
really,
you
does
so
it?
much. Yeah, this is so
Yes.
great. I'm glad we finally had a chance to connect. This
Yes,
is perfect.
wonderful, wonderful. So thank you so
Absolutely.
much for being with us today. Have safe travels.
Okay.
Again, Pause by Braxton. Make sure you,
By B.
ladies,
Braxton. Make
well,
sure it's
excuse me,
paused by.
by B.
Uh-huh.
Braxton.
Yes, yes, yes.
Pause by B. Braxton. I'm sorry about that.
That's
Um,
okay.
so that we can just start raising the conversation, knowing that we have products out there. There are people paying more attention to what happens in menopause, even though
Absolutely.
there's still a lot of questions. It's a very unique experience for each woman. So
Absolutely.
again, thank you, thank you, thank you
Thank
for joining
you.
us.
Okay. Thank you. Have a great day.
All right, you too.
Okay. Bye bye.
That was wonderful. So, okay, again, Pause by B. Braxton to get your subscription box. For those that did give a donation today, you will be entered in the raffle. So she is giving away about 10 boxes. But if you missed that, definitely go to her website and all of her social. Pause by B. Braxton. So next up, we're going to go ahead and bring back the main stage. We had a welcome address from the founder of PTAF. Um, Andrea Michelle. I'm sorry, I know her name, but been a pause moment. And so if we could get the main stage to turn on the camera so that we can get that welcome from Michelle. And then also we'll be coming up with our keynote panel in shortly. So let me just check on their status. Michelle, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, wonderful. Okay, so please give us a quick welcome and then introduce the panel. We're super excited to have you.
Okay. All right. Yes, I'm here. I'm going to take a breath. Indulge me, please. Okay. You know, guys, I'm just grateful to be here today, and I'm just grateful for all of you that are here today, that are here with me in studio, and those of you that are online watching us. I feel extremely grateful. It's been an amazing journey getting here, and I'm just glad we're here today. All I can say, my welcome speech is just thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you for being here. And thank you for sharing this day with me. Sharing this day. So, okay, we're gonna get started. This is our keynote panel. And today is really about women, oh, that thoughts. Okay, there you go, that's it.
Just come back.
All right, you know, they wanted pets in the thing. Hey, listen, we're trying to like, you know, but I think we're fine now. I think we don't need, they're, that's show show some sexy ladies. See, look at that. That's why, you know what, I'm sorry, I'm a woman that really believes that. Nope, that's not it. That's why. There we go. I'm one of those women that really believe that we need our men. So thank you for that. I just have I'm sorry, the phone is locked and I need the password. Okay, guys, 0, 1, 2, 7, 8, 7. Okay, okay, so we're gonna get started, guys. As I said, I'm just grateful to be here. So our panel today is speaking about creativity and finding your voice through your creativity and activism in midlife. So our panels is today, all of these women, beautiful women, are all women who have had the experience of either working in corporate America or working in a job that wasn't quite what they wanted, and then they pivoted and went into a creative direction. So we're going to be speaking to them today about how they made that leap, why they made that leap, and what that journey has been like for them. So we have one mic. So I'll be passing the mic to various women, and if you're going to answer, or you can pass it on. Now, first of all, I think what I will do is have you introduce yourselves. So we will start with Kellyanne, and then we'll go in this direction, so that you all know who you are listening to and their initial journey. So you're going to say what you do now and who you are. Thank you so much.
Into that camera. As an actress, we always want to know where the camera is.
Here.
Oh, okay, cool. Hey! So my name is Kellyanne Chippendale. I am an author, comedian, actress, producer, photographer, and creative genius when it comes to entrepreneurship. I'm originally from New Jersey and currently live in Los Angeles for the last 10 years.
Hi, my name is Tara Bennett Smith, and currently I'm doing all the same things I did before. I'm currently doing them, which is I'm a director, producer, actress, was a recording artist. I'm now an author. I'm a mother of 3, and I do wellness workshops and things for women.
Hello, everyone. My name is Shelly Boone. I am an actress as well. Currently recurring on All the Queen's Men on BET, and I also am the artistic director of the Willie A.G. Playhouse in Inglewood. So we do a lot of different programs and plays and workshops there. And more recently, I am a director as well, and I'm also an acting coach for a lot of different young people, and I love them.
Hi everyone, my name is Barbara Meridian. I'm the owner of I Love Love, a small all handmade business, all female owned, all female produced. It is 100% all women all the time for us. So we are located in Chicago. I've been doing this for 5 years now. And yeah, that's what I do.
Yes, all of these women I've met in really interesting situations, and we'll go into that later, but I'm so excited to have them each here today. Okay, so my first question is, what was the turning point that pushed you to leave, whether it was corporate America, your government job, or just chaos in your life? The chaos of the previous path, and step into something more purpose-driven. Who would like to start?
So I was forced out of the workforce. I'm also a teacher, so in order to do auditions, you guys know, and stand-up comedy shows, I substitute during the day. I was substituting during that social isolation period, and I slipped on hand sanitizer and I fell on my tailbone and hit my head on a desk in front of 36 16-year-olds in East LA subbing for Spanish that day. So that radically changed my life because I had trouble walking. I was in a lot of pain, so I was basically forced out. And when you're still young and you're not able to work, it's like, what am I going to do now? So during my rehab process, I was in a conversation with a woman who told me about nutrigenomics, which is affiliate marketing, multi-level, and they're the only company that attributes your body, and nutrigenomics actually affects your DNA. And she gave me a combination of collagen and NRF2, Protandim, and in 11 days the pain went away after 3 years. So I was like, the world needs to have this. So I left teaching to start doing that, and it's been very successful. So that's pretty much it.
Well, I mean, we're going to be talking to you later, Kellyanne, about that, right? Yeah. But I was really focusing more on your creative journeys in this particular panel. We're focusing more on your creative journey, and I know you're an amazing comedian. So how did you start that? Because no one just wakes up and go, I'm a comedian today, right? And can start just telling jokes. So let's hear about how you started that.
Okay, so I was an actress, and every time thank you. Every time I went to an audition, after I prepared and worked super hard, I would get in front of the people, and I would be like, and I couldn't get to what I was doing. So I was like, let me take a stand-up comedy class. So I took a stand-up comedy class to get over my fear at Gotham Comic Club in New York City, and I did really well. And then I started producing my own shows, and 20 years later, I was still doing comedy. And then, just led me to other filmmaking, my book, and other artistic creative pursuits.
Well, I really tried the corporate world quite a few times, mostly temp, because I was the worst corporate person, literally. I give you a really short story, and when I was my pivotal moment. I used to work as one of the receptionists where they, when the elevator opens and the receptionist is there. This is back in New York. I'm from New York. And so I just had enough of the phone ringing. Like, so this is not working for me. This phone keeps ringing. So I just turned the phone down. And they could not figure out why the phone wasn't ringing all day. They weren't getting any calls. And at that moment, and so I found that most of the jobs I had, I was always going against whatever they needed me to do because I was so bored. So I would go make 1,000. Back in the day when you had to print out your pictures and resumes, I'd make 1,000 of them. But because I had a different name, they didn't know it was me. But then I would leave the master in the machine, and I'm like, who is such and such and such? And I just be sitting right there. So I realized, I said, if you put the same amount of effort into what you want to do, instead of getting these jobs that you hate, you can create a life doing what you love. And that was a pivotal point for me when I just started looking at, you suck at every job, you steal from the offices. Anything that entertains me, I was doing it just to stay afloat. But then when I pivoted, I was always doing entertainment, but always falling back on something, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. And that's why I did temp. But I think the key for me was to use those things as moments while I move over here, but keep that flowing. So that would be my pivotal.
Oh,
that's okay.
Sorry. But well, much like Kellyanne, I'm looking here. Okay. Much like Kellyanne, it was I was forced, I got fired. I was an actress, but I was working as a server and a bartender for so long, like 17 years. And I got fired. I thought I couldn't even get fired from that job because I had been there for so long, and they let me go. And that very same day, I was going to get another bartender job, and my wife was like, hold on. Why are you gonna do this again? Like, it's not really fulfilling for you. You need to stop, wait, slow down, and figure out what you really want to do. And that is when I actually started coaching actors. That was 6 years ago. Because my friend had a company, and I said, what do I really want to do? And then I said, do you want to open a second location to what you have? And I even offered her kind of like an affiliate thing, like I'll give you a cut if you teach me what you do. And we set up a little program like that, and it has been so rewarding. And I can make my own schedule, doing what I like to do. I've had a lot of success, and it's so good at giving back because I have a lot of actors who have booked so many jobs. I even had somebody have their own show, and it made me a better actor. And I started booking more jobs. So it was just like, I could have went to go continue on the road I was doing that bartending, But by just taking a step back and thinking, how do I really want to live my life and what do I really want to do? And thanks to my wife telling me that, I was able to create something of my own, which was really good. Now I have my own business and I just do that. So it's awesome.
I think similar. I think, you know, I was forced to pause. So I have 5 kids, and yes, bro. I have 5 kids, and so 3 from a previous marriage, and then my husband's in the audience. We have 2, and the last pregnancy was very, very strenuous on not only my mental health, emotional, and physical, of course. You know, you're carrying a human being inside of you, and so they put me on bed rest, and they really said, "You are pausing." And during that pause, I got to thinking, like, I really want to do something. I really would love to connect with other women. I really would love to empower other women. How could I do this? I didn't know. So I just kind of like put it out there in the universe. I said, you know what, this is what I want to do. I want to connect. I want to do these things. How can I do this? 2019, end of 2019, I decided, okay, let's go on this journey. 2020 is when I launched the Instagram page. And it was just a place to share love. It wasn't even the journey. I thought I was just sharing love. That's all I was going to do. And then everything happened. And the world shut down. And I said, okay, now we really need love. So it started off with me just planting the seed of, I just want to share love, and then blossomed over time. So it wasn't this is what I'm going to do. It was it evolved over time. So it transformed into something beautiful. We have a beautiful apothecary, tons of beautiful products. They're all handmade. And it's not only the products, it's empowering women. I mean, our customer base is 99.9% women. I know who the men are. And it's just beautiful because it's more than products. I'm empowering them. I'm showing them that, yes, you can raise a family, have a small business, and do all the things and still empower yourself and still move with confidence during menopause and all the other things. So that's been my journey.
You know, I think it's wonderful. I hear a lot of very like powerful stories or powerful epiphanies and moments. But was there ever a time that you felt fear? Were you ever afraid to make that move? So what is that? And what is that? What were you afraid of? How did it live within you? And how did you overcome it?
So many times. There's not one particular time. There's not one particular time when fear sets in and you just go, whatever. So, but my most recent one was writing this book. And I started, and on the inside, I'll just give you a little quick, it's called Being Bigger, Better, Bolder, and Better. 3 acts to redesigning your blueprint and rewriting your life script. Now, I was going to give you a little bit, this will explain it all. It's 2012, and I've decided to write a book about my journey. It's 2013, and I've decided to sit down and finish this book. It's 2015, and I'm still working on finishing that book. Okay, it's 2016, and I started again, and then put the book down because, well, life. It's 2017, and once again, so we just keep going till 2024, and then I have sat down to finally complete the book. It's done. No, it's not. Okay, it's 2025. And so the book finally comes out, and I had to sit with myself and figure out what is going on. There's also a timing thing. Sometimes it's just not the right time, but other times, and I realized it wasn't the right time because I was not solid in who I was yet. And I was too afraid and concerned with what people were going to say. Oh, Tara, what's she doing now? Girl, she always got something going on. Too busy looking outside of me, wondering what people are going to say. So part of the book, when I decided to actually put it out, I said, you got a book called Being Bigger, Better, Bolder, and Better, but you're shrinking, being concerned. So I looked at all of the aspects of my life where I have shrunk because of what people will think or what, and most of the time people aren't even thinking about it. People got their own SHIT going on. They're not thinking about you. So when I got that deep in my gut and really let that resonate with me, I was able to go, you know what? Do your book, do everything. People are dying and waking up dead every day. People are waking up dead. So you're either going to do it or you're going to wake up dead and then you're going to wish you had. So that's been but I have many, 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 many fears along. Every time I do something new, it's a new fear. But then you step into it and you realize, well, I'm on the other side of that now, and still nobody's thinking about me. So, yeah.
I'm laughing because you said, when do you experience fear? Every day. every day you experience fear, like, oh, are the clients gonna keep coming? Or is money gonna keep coming in? At the Playhouse, I run it pretty much by myself, so it's like, it's hard to find new works or get volunteers or help just like you, doing this, like making sure that this program all comes together, like you're constantly in fear, learning new technology, like is this gonna work? Like it's all fear, but what you said is so important, that we don't stop. It's okay for it to be put down maybe for a couple of months or a year, whatever, but that we just push forward, push through the fear. But I mean, I don't think it ever goes away. I think you're always, this in the back of your mind, you're like, oh God, I hope this works out. Or if you try something new or whatever it is, but you just gotta just keep pushing forward. And 9 times out of 10, it always works out.
Yeah. Very much an everyday thing. But I think back to the beginning of me making the products, because 2020 hit, world shut down, and I said, I want to make something. So the recipes that I started with were the recipes of my grandmother's. And her words are what, her words are what pushed me through that fear. Because I thought, I'm not good enough, am I good enough? Are they gonna want this? I can tell my mom, am I gonna even sell this? There's so many other people. And my grandmother was the one who looked me in the face and said, there's nobody like you. You are the secret ingredient, so you need to keep pushing, keep going. And so I made that first batch and it sold out. And I said, holy smokes, And so that, her words just kept me going, because there are times as a small business owner, as a woman, you're like, is it gonna land? Are they gonna like it? And I always hear her in the back of my mind saying, just keep pushing through that fear, just keep pushing it. I mean, he knows. I was so nervous, and I go, the fear hasn't hit me yet, but I think when I walk into the venue, the nerves will hit. But then the second I start speaking, the nerves flow away. So I think once you just work through that, you got it.
Well, we know the acronym FEAR.
Yeah.
The new one is F everything and run. I think I did conquer a lot of the fear of actually being on stage, trying to make people laugh, because everyone has a different sense of humor, right? Farts aren't funny to some people, right? But also, I took on the technology of like words creating my world, like God created word, right? So you wouldn't know this is a book unless you had the word book. So writing like every day, like what I'm gonna have done like by the end of the day, so that you really actually manifest. So today's inspiration. And it gets me motivated, because if I don't make it, it's okay. But when I do make those measurable objectives, outcomes, it's like cool, and it gives me like a new zest to create every single day. So thank you.
Yeah, fear. Totally relate to all of that.
Silver Mercedes, park next to the container.
Okay. Okay, so she'll be back. She just has to move her Mercedes. See what happens when you just follow your dream and like start telling jokes. You too can have a Mercedes. Okay. All right, guys. So let's go on. So we all have a different way of defining success, because I've had to find different ways of defining success, because I've got friends and family that look at me and like, girl, you're doing what for how many years, and we don't see you on TV yet. And in their eyes, that's what success is, right? You being on TV, you being on a show, and that's success to them. That hasn't happened yet for me. However, I do believe that I have been successful in pulling these together. Even if there's one person in the audience, you got it done. So that's success to you. So I know each of you women have had to deal with that, right? Deal with defining success for yourself, understanding what success is in this industry, in this life, in this world. So can you share that with us?
Yes, I think, when you start off in life, in anything, you have like in your 20s, you have like what it's supposed to be, it's supposed to be the red carpet, or it's supposed to be this much money in your bank account, or it's supposed to be the Mercedes, or, whatever the mansion, whatever it is. But I think, after 40, that changed, for me anyway, it has changed. Success to me is peace. Being at peace, waking up every day and feeling like I don't want to feel in that struggle, hustle mentality. I'm not about that anymore. I want to feel freedom, like freedom to just go to the grocery store and buy what I want to buy. That to me is freedom. Or go on a trip with my family or my friends. That's free. And also I think we all realize and we all understand that it's the people. It's the people in your life that are most important. It's not like the success on paper. And so when your family is like, well, I didn't see it. Well, I'm still successful because I'm getting things done. I'm a good person. I'm a genuine person. People love me and I love them back. And that's all you can do. That's all you can say.
Yeah, it definitely changed over time. So I think at first, of course, I was like obsessed with, okay, I'm starting this business. I need to do A, B, C, D, E, and do the order of what is successful in business. And quickly over time, that faded away. And I just want to live a soft life. I want to wake up in the morning, drink my coffee slow. I just want peace and relaxation and to just be there for my kids. I see our kids as our future, and so I pour out a lot into my kids. And having the opportunity to drop them off at school, pick them up at school, go to the dance, go to volleyball, show up for them, for me in my world is huge. And so building this business and being able to have my own schedule and do as I please, I can do that. And that for me is priceless, to be able to show up for them and then they show up for me and vice versa. So I think it's all about moving slow. Having that peace, having that just a softer life, because I watched my mom do hustle. I watched her have 19 different jobs and not be there and be the kid on stage and she wasn't there. And I don't fault her for it, she was working, but I want to be able to live that soft life and show up at the same time. So it's changed over time for me.
I remember a friend of mine, said to me one day, what does it feel like when you see all of your friends, your other friends, like become big success and you haven't? No, yeah, for real, you have not made it yet. Yeah, friend. And that was like somebody took a knife and just said, and my heart went, okay. Go. And then I said, don't go to that place. Don't go to that shrinking place. And I took a breather and I ran down in my head my resume, but I ran it down out loud. I said, okay, let's go. I got a chance to be on Broadway. I was a recording artist, top 40 song, got to be on Soul Train as a recording artist. I did a lot of television. I had my own television series. I had my own talk show on Fox. I've directed feature films. I've raised 3 amazing children. I've now written a book. And I just went down the list and then I looked at her and I said, I'm good. Right. I said, I'm good. So what I realize is I go after whatever comes through me to do next. That's what I'm here to do. And what that looks like, it inspires others to go and do and try. I've even written songs. I'm not a songwriter, but I have top charting and other artists in my songs just because I said, yeah, I'm a songwriter. Somebody said, you want to write a song? Yeah, I write a song. I don't know about writing no songs, so now I'm a songwriter. I'm an ASCAP songwriter. I just go with life. Because people and I go back to, one of my sayings is, I woke up this morning, everything else is profit. And with that, I get a chance to do something again and try something new. So, and I instill that in my workshops, go just be and do. So yeah, peace. having good people around me, having people who are about their own growth, so that when we have conversations, we can grow together and you're not stuck in places. I'm very particular about who gets to hang with me right now. Because if you don't feel good to my core and you're not doing your own work, and that, I'm not saying you gotta be successful at it, but at least you understand that there's work still to always be done. Then if you're not doing that, then you will find your way out of my life and I don't even have to do anything. You will find your way out of my life because you no longer align with me. So for me, success is being at peace, doing what I love, and remember to find the joy in every moment and every day of everything that I do. And try to stay awake because I'm always falling asleep. All of my friends know, don't invite me no place, because I will go to sleep on you in a second. I'm still working on that one.
I'm like, well, what's the question?
We're talking about your definition of success. Like, how do you define success?
Okay. Yeah, I was a special education teacher, so sometimes it wears off. But then menopause comes in, I'm like, is it that? Success. Yeah, I think kind of what you said, all of you said, that yeah, success is actually being happy in what you're doing and what you're creating. Because I similarly had a thing like, what am I doing next? And like, okay, now I'm happy. Okay, now I'm happy. It's like, I don't need to do things anymore to make me happy. I'm just kind of happy now. I love that beginning of your book. Because sometimes that's how it goes with a book, right? You're like, it's like 10 years. So I think completing on what you want to do and actually having partnerships and love. Yeah, right? Love makes the world go down. Thanks.
Okay. So you guys have heard a little bit about what success is. You've heard a little bit about the fear and overcoming the fear to make your life work. My question to you guys is, you're on this journey, you've been on this journey. There are a lot of women that are on this journey alongside of us, right? But they have not been able to make that move from that job that they really need, that husband that they really need to get away from, that you know, those environments that they should be away from, that boyfriend, those friend groups that are like, girl, why aren't you successful yet? Everybody else is still, you know, that friend group, or the ones that, you know, slyly shade you and things of that nature. So what advice do you have for women in this midlife period? Because we have a lot going on, right? So we have all of those things in our outer environment, and then we have our own self that we're dealing with, right? The memory fog, the body that's betraying us, not for any other reason other than it's a process, right? It's not that it's bad or anything, but it's a process. So we have all these things that we're dealing with. You can't sleep, you know, you're awake at all hours of the night, you know, things like that. So what advice do you have for women that are experiencing these things? Some of you have gone through this and, you know, are on the other side of staying up at night because you have some teas that you drink. You know, you have some balms and different things. So what advice do you have for women that are in this space that are looking to move and grow?
Go right ahead. So for me, I feel like one of the things that has truly helped me is just leaning into self-care. And I feel like as women, we're just not. Oh, she's being lazy. Leave me alone. Let me chill. You know, so I mean, a lot of my work, and I have one of my clients in the room right now, is helping them to honor that, to step into empower them, to help them see that they can do, you know, that they can live a life that's more intentional and thoughtful and move through life, you know, in a slower pace. I mention that because when I first started, I always had this thought in the back of my head, brick by brick. It doesn't need to be the building in the first day. And I think a lot of folks will immediately jump in and they're like, I want the car, I want the house, I want all the things. And I like to help my clients bring it down. Let's get ready to go. Okay, you want to start a business. Maybe today all you do is write that down. Maybe you put it on a post note, slap it on your mirror in the morning, and that's what you see every morning. That's what I want to do. Maybe the next week, oh, you know what? I'm gonna make the email for that business. And maybe next month, oh, okay, well, I get the website. It can evolve over time. It doesn't need to be this thing. 'Cause I feel like a lot of people get stuck in that big picture and then they get overwhelmed. And that overwhelm is where they do nothing. Because then you're just stuck and you're frozen and you're just like, I don't know what to do. I don't know where to start. So just start somewhere. Big thing with pen and the paper, with just your idea down on paper and move from there. I have conquered so many things in my life by just starting small, making it granular, and working my way through it, then looking at it as this huge thing that I need to tackle, which that doesn't help. Cortisol doesn't help nothing.
I definitely agree. And it makes me think of something that my grandma said. She said, "You're so young." Like, and I think that, you know, we look at ourselves as like, we getting older, but to her, we are so young. You know, we have so much time and we think like, oh, I can't start that creative project, or I can't, you know, I don't have enough time to, or I'm running out of time, I'm old now. Like I can't even do that anymore. I can't become an artist, or I can't become an actor, or I can't start my own business, or I can't become a singer. I can't do none of these things because my time has passed. But your time hasn't passed. We are so young. And if you just take it a little bit at a time, you got plenty of time to do it. And I think that is the key. If you just one thing a day, that's what I say to myself. If I did one thing today, it could have been writing that thing, it could have been, you know, making that phone call, it could have been drafting that email, whatever it is, just one thing that I did for my creativity or my career, then I did. And that's it. Don't be so hard on yourself.
Can I add something? Yeah. So what, because you're talking and now everything's floating. Because grandma, again, she knows what she's talking about. Listen to your grandmothers. She asked me, she's like, oh, you know, I said, oh, I want all these customers. She said, you just need to help one. And so now I go into every single day, as long as I've helped one person, I'm successful. I don't care if it's through a DM, an email, a chance encounter, a stranger on the street, I don't care. As long as I made an impact on somebody, I was successful that day.
And I wanted to add one more thing too, because we're talking about successful, you know, friends. You know, you encounter a lot of different people throughout your life, and people you encounter millionaires, you encounter people with a big house. You start to know some of these people.
Yes.
And like you said, it doesn't mean they're happier. It is not. And in our 20s and in our 30s, or sometimes we think that they live in such a happy life. You might see them on Instagram. You might see because they got money and they got a bigger house and they got this and that. But it doesn't mean that they're happy. They stressed. They just try to maintain. So also maintaining your level of what you have, like what makes you happy. It doesn't necessarily have to be those things, because people get stressed out trying to maintain those things. So I just want to say that too.
So I'm going to just, so not to reiterate again, what the lady said about taking small increments, because we get overwhelmed when we try to see a humongous picture that we can't, you know. The other thing I always tell people is, what is it that you want? Really be clear. Because most people, when you actually ask them, what is your passion? What is it that you want? They have no idea. Because they've been living out a blueprint that someone has given them. Maybe it's your parents, whatever, and you've been following that blueprint all of your life. And so I tell people, okay, when you get an idea of what is this blueprint I've been living out, because if you really look to the core of it, you've been doing kind of the same thing in a lot of different areas, but you don't associate them together. The people that come into your life are very similar. The jobs, situations that come into your life are very similar because you are at the core root of what you're bringing in. The other thing is, once you get an idea of what this blueprint is that you have been following all of your life, write the script of a life that you want. You got to get some clarity. Every day, we don't realize that every day we are writing a script. Every day when I came here, this was part of the script that I wrote today. When Andrea asked me to be part of this, I said, okay, on October, whatever, the 28th, I'm going to be part of this. Then I'm going after that, I'm going to get some food. And then I'm going to sit here and I'm going to talk to you. So this is all part of the script that I wrote that's going to follow my life today. So we also write people out of our script when we don't want them anymore. We don't look at life as a script. We are the star, the writer, and the producer. So sit down and create a script for your life. And definitely, you don't have to jump to here because you will crash and burn. And then you will want not to do it ever again. But if you write out the script, you get excited about where you see it going, you can read it every day, and then you take one small piece of that script, and then you play it out. And just allow yourself to grow and find the joy, and happiness and excitement in every single thing that you do. Even if there are lessons there for you to learn, that it feels painful, remember, they come because we want to learn something, to be better at something. So don't scoff them off and go, oh, this horrible person. Remove the person and go, what did I learn from this person? So that I don't have to learn from you again, or somebody that looks like you, or somebody that looks like them, because they will keep coming until we learn our lesson. That is my philosophy. That's what I believe, and that's what helped to shift my life. So that's what I would say. Write a script and start living the script out that you want.
I second that. and that. Yeah, I agree. Words do create the world. So I would say listening is really powerful, because however you're listening is what shows up in your life. So if you look at your life like, wow, I've been listening pretty good. Or this morning, actually, when I parked there, I said, you're parking next to this thing. It's Sunday. Someone felt like gonna come. And look what happened. In the middle of it, you're like, okay. So anyway, it's safe. I'm safe. I wrote that I'm safe today. But listening, also being. Like, how are you being to people? How are you being to yourself? And how are you being is what shows up also in the world, right? And then ultimately for me, like action. Like, what action are you taking? And I do more than one thing a day, but I have like 4 categories. I do 10 minutes at least on self-care. So whatever, this 30 days is meditation and prayer. I do 10 minutes on my visioning. So I think this is part of it too, because that has to do with what I'm creating now in the world. 10 minutes of numbers. So I actually write down everything that I spend every day. So that, like, because how your numbers go is like really showing what you're spending your money on in life. And then what was the last one? The last one is visioning, self-care. This is the hardest one for me, outreach. So I call one person, I'm calling a specific person every single day for 30 days, because when you're all alone, right? So when you get inspired, so I'm super inspired. I'm so glad I wrote that word tag. Like, what am I gonna be today? Inspired and inspiration. So yeah, I really believe those all work. So yeah, thanks.
You said something very, very, very important. That outreach of reaching out to someone. I recently lost 2 people that I really care about. And the thing is, you have people in your life that you care about, but you just kind of, in some way, people die, but in the back of your head, you think they're gonna always be there. Yeah. Somehow, you never think of someone passing. And this week, 2 young friends, young relatively, they're very young, right? So 2 very young people passed, right? And in my head, I was like, one of them were supposed to get together and talk about some projects, and life happened and it didn't happen. We're like, oh, let's catch up. Never happened. So that taking time to reach out to people in your life that you care about is very important. So I definitely would say that's something that's important to share with everyone. Please check in on your friends. And not to check in because it's mental health or anything like that. No, check in because you love them and you care. You just want to say hello. That day when I found out my other friends died, I had a friend that I was going to touch base with, I was going to text them. And I said, no, I'm picking up the phone. And I picked up the phone and I called him because I want to hear the voice. I want to make the connection. So please, I know we have Facebook and Instagram and Twitter and all these other ways of staying in touch with people, but the most powerful thing is to hear their voice, let them touch your heart. So I say today, within this week, please call at least one person this week that you care about or want to say hello to. Okay, now, that's my little PSA for the day. Okay, I have the final question for you guys. And my final question to you is, what's the most fulfilling part or surprising part of reinventing yourself at this stage in your life? Right? So what's the most fulfilling and or the most surprising thing about the stage where you are at the stage?
I got it. Hey, that I could do it. Right. Pretty simple. That I could do it. That I could create a community of women who love, because listen, women, we know them. That I could create a community of powerful women who empower and love each other and just do it. That I could just do it. I know it sounds so simple, but that's really it, that I did that. That I was able to build a large community, that I was able to help them connect to one another, that I was able to create something from my heart and with my hands that could help them, nourish them, not only their physical body, but their mental body and emotional. And so just that I could do it, it just was such a proud moment that, oh my gosh, here we are 5 years later. Insane amount of customers. I don't know. I think the last time I checked, it was like somewhere around 8,000. Wow. So yeah, nuts. Very successful in a solid business, and that I could leave legacy. That it was something that I was building. That even if my children choose to not, because they are on a very different journey, that's fine. But that I touch other women, and that maybe it inspires them, and maybe it inspires them to build a legacy and build something that they can. So you can just do it.
Amen to that. And I think that what is to kind of piggyback on my thing is I'm surprised at myself. I'm surprised that what makes me most fulfilled is when I help somebody.
Yes.
Or when I see them succeed. You know, because when you're younger, it's all about you. It is the story of your life, right? You are the main character, but you really don't think about other people that much. And it surprises me every time a client books something, or every time somebody gets on a stage. We're doing a solo festival right now at the Playhouse, and they get up there and they've done their first solo show, and I'm a part of that, and it makes me like emotional, and it also inspires me to keep going. So it surprises me. Like the older I get, the more I just feel fulfilled by other people succeeding as well, because you never really thought like that when you were younger. You were just like, I want to get the money, I want to get the fame, I want to get the glory. But now you're just more like, wow, she did that. She did that. Especially when women do it. And it just makes you feel so good. And that's what's surprising and fulfilling to me.
Yeah, I would kind of go with that. When I first directed my first piece, because I remember there was one time someone said, would you ever be a director? I was like, absolutely not. I would never direct. I don't like telling people blah, 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 blah. So when I directed my first piece, it was really interesting because, and this was a stage piece at the time, because as an actor, you're the focal point when you're on the stage. As a director, they ain't thinking about you, you know, until you get to a level where it matters. So I remember sitting in the back of the theater going, holy crap. Like all of these people are having a moment because I was able to help their dream come true. And that gave me a different understanding of power and energy. And I don't mean power in the negative sense. I mean, like this energy that we have so much power in us to offer and give. And all these people running around talking to all their, oh, girl, you were great, you were great. And I'm just sitting there like, nobody ain't talking to me. It was an adjustment at first because I'm used to being on the stage, but then I was in the back going, this is pretty dope. This is pretty dope. All these people felt something because I did something for them. And that was a surprise for me. I had no idea that it would feed me that way.
I think the surprising thing for me is that I'm finally part of a multi-level marketing, even though everyone's like, multi-level marketing. That's, it's one of a kind, and it's the only activation company that activates your body to work the way God intended. And then I have a team of people who are pioneers, because I'm always like the enthusiastic one. Everyone's like, like when you're too excited for people, they're just like, take it easy, and so, and my goal with being in that is that, like you said, like leaving a legacy, but also that I have creative freedom, right? That I have super, and then I'm working with a team, so we're all moving together because it's a NASDAQ-based company, so it's not going away, and there's somebody's, bad direction or pocketing money, like it's transparent and it has tests and all the things. Everyone keeps saying all the things, it's lately in the world, all the things. And then, like you with the book, I wanted to do this book since 7th grade when I wrote my first poem when my best friend hurt my feelings, the friendship scene. And then I just would write when I would be feeling bad, and I 30 poems later, I was like, I need to put them in a book. 2020 was a tough year as well. My fiance and dad and business partner died. So it was just like, wow, that's like all my cheerleaders gone, So I was like, okay, now's the time. And then, so I just published also in 24. And I just got a 6-figure contract for my book. So that's the most surprising thing. So look out for it in stores. So thanks.
I wish I could say that, well, okay, you know what? It is surprising, but I wish it could have been positive in the sense that I just recently produced a play, and it did very, very well. But I was not sitting there going, oh my God, I feel so great. No, it's talking to me. No, I was like, I'm the producer. Acknowledge me. Acknowledge my work. I did this, right? So I wasn't also like happy that stuff. Yeah, exactly. I wasn't so happy that no one came and said, oh my God, you were amazing. This show is amazing because you produced it. Yeah, so I love producing, but I must admit, I'm going to be very, very transparent. I don't like the thankless job, that producer, the producer thanklessness of the job, right? I love producing, but I do like attention. So that's what I'll say. So I'm surprised that I like attention. I don't know, I really, because I always thought of myself, as a kid, I was like, oh, I want to be like Jesus, right? So you don't think Jesus wants attention. No, I grew up thinking I want to be spiritual. I want to be so zen. So you don't want those things. You don't want the mansion. You don't want the big house. You just want to be like barefoot and walk around. You just love, right? But yeah, no. I realize that that's not the case. That's not the case. I want the attention. So, but anyways, yeah. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Did you guys enjoy this panel? Yes. Give everyone a round of applause. Okay. So Barbara, Shelley, Tara, and Kellyanne, thank you guys so much. Yes. So what I'm going to do now is going to have them tell you where they can find you, and I'm going to go grab one of the goodie bags so I can show the world, well, you guys, that's out there in the world, what we have here, and then also what you can look forward to while you're online. And we'll start with Kellyanne.
There's like 80 million places, right? Kellyanne Chippendale is my Instagram. Life of Kellyanne, Listen to Your World. And my book is at exlibris.com for a little while. It's a coffee table book. It's 30 poems in French and English and 67 museum quality photo. There there's that special ed training, dyslexia, I pop it in there. And photography by Chippendale also is all my work there. So if you want a yoga mat or it's a store for a boutique for my photos as well. You can reach me there. Thanks. My book is called Love and Life, L'amour et la vie. And it's dedicated to my grandma too. So our grandmas are here today. And Michelle, thank you. One of my photography credits was in the LA Times from photographing your play that you were in and you starred in. So that was my first LA photography credit. So thank you. And thanks for putting this together.
Tara Bennett Smith, T-E-R-R-A-H, Bennett, 2 N's, 2 T's, Smith. You can find me pretty much on whatever I'm on, if I haven't posted anything half the time. But I'm doing better. And I do workshops. My book is Being Bigger, Badder, Bolder, Better. It is actually a workbook in there as well for you to take your journey and start rewriting and redesigning your script. And again, I'm on the Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, I don't know, those things. LinkedIn, yeah.
Okay, as Tara's here and we're in studio, I'm gonna do our first giveaway. So I'm thinking of a number, and the first person that gives me that number will win this book.
One and one.
Oh, sorry. From 1 to 20.
7,
6,
8,
12,
13.
3, 17,
9,
2,
4.
20,
11, 18, 19,
2, 1,
5.
6,
7,
1 to 20,
11,
12, 19, 14, 20. So okay, I haven't heard it yet.
9,
3, 18,
5,
9,
2, 7,
I'm thinking of
6,
12,
11,
17,
2,
Somebody said 1.
3,
1.
9, 5,
9,
you guys are two.
Pretty sure we got it.
6. I'm sorry, 1, 2, 3. Okay, all right. Give me a number.
1 through what?
1 through 20.
That would be 17,
13. 15.
16.
Oh my gosh, no one said it. Give me a number. 19.
Oh, 11.
You guys are close.
18?
So close.
10.
The man in the room won the book. Bigger, better. Bigger, better, bolder, better. Okay, guys. All right, so we'll carry on. Shelly.
Shelly Boone. I'm just on Instagram and Facebook. SHELLIBOONE. If you are in the LA area, though, go to willieagplayhouse.com. We always have great programming and theater stuff there, and it's in Inglewood. Okay.
Okay, and then my company is I love love, EYE. Love. We're on Instagram as well with periods in between, and we are a small apothecary, all female run, operated, all handmade in-house. So that's where we are.
Okay. So I'm gonna quickly just go through some of our sponsors and people that are donated gift bags, and everyone here is gonna get a gift bag. And our folks online, you will have some digital gifts that we will send you. All of you that registered, you'll get this list of digital gifts. Okay, so you're gonna get it too. Okay, so we have Above Board, which you guys are going to have some great cocktails for lunch, which we're gonna go do now. Guys at home, sorry, lunch is on you. So find something fun for lunch and then come back. But we're gonna have lunch and you guys are gonna have some great cocktails from Above Board. Listen, it's no sugar. No sugar liqueur. It's fun, fun, fun. And then we have I Love Love, who's in the house with us from Barbara. And it's this cute little bag, and Barbara's gonna tell us what's in it.
So inside the bag, so we do a lot of body oils, body sprays, perfumes, all those things. So in the bag, because this was a menopause focused event, I wanted to bring in lavender. Lavender is powerful for peace, calm, and just calming me down, because Lord knows we feel that fire when we're in the moment. So I got lavender oil in there, and then also in there is our Palo Santo spray, which also is to ground and center and just bring in some nice, stable, grounded energy. And there's a coupon code in there.
And that coupon code, we're gonna also extend to our online viewers, okay, guys? So you guys are gonna get some. Okay, so this woman, Robin M. Tosh, is an amazing photographer, and she's written a book, and it's called Keep on Glowing. And so one lucky person is gonna win that book, Keep on Glowing, and we have a coupon code for online, and an online viewer is gonna win one too. So we're gonna do that. So you guys are gonna get a book as well. And then we have Angela Skincare, and it's Angela Green Skincare. Angela's in the audience, so Angela, why don't you tell us what's in our goodie bag and then what you have for us?
And Angela Green's skin is glowing.
Yes, it's glowing. So Angela's gonna tell us what's here.
Hi, I'm Angela from Angela Green Skincare. My skincare line is A Dot Skincare because you only need a small portion to go a long way. I do see a lot of people overuse products. So what we have in the goodie bag today is the A Dot Hydrating Toner. Perfect for us in the stage of age of life. You have to keep yourself cool and well hydrated. So everyone who gets the goodie bag has that. And my cards are in the bag as well, and I'm listed on all of the social media for the event today. So if you're looking for high quality skincare at a reasonable price, take a look at AngelaGreenSkincare.com for investing for credits.
Yes. Thank you, Angela. And then we have this cute bag, Pixie. They're in the Century City Mall. They have given us some goodies. So we have an eye pen. Kelly's excited. And then we have a glow tonic in our goodie bag. So in Pixie, they're in the Century City Mall, as I said, so you can check them out there. And those of you in studio will get one of these today. All right, and then we have Smart Drip Coffee. So those of you who are here, Smart Drip Coffee is a mushroom coffee. So those of you who are, we're gonna have a great taste test with mushroom coffee, reishi mushroom against, yeah, you know the other ones that's out there, but Smart Drip is the real one. So we're gonna have coupons for those of you who are online, for you to check out Smart Drip, and those of you who are here will get to try it today. Okay, that's it for this panel and what we're doing at this section. So please go have lunch and come back and join us in a half an hour. Thank you. You know, see, what I had wanted, was when, that's how I wanted to cameras, right? That's how I wanted Cass to set up that camera on the thing. No, but what I wanted was for this camera to like go from speaker to speaker. So that way when we edit it, we can at least show the people that speak it. No, I know, but I wanted like, you understand what I mean? As in like, when someone. Oh, yeah. So then we could like make it in that and now it's just gonna.
Oh, no, so the way I shot it was in both ways, so the same way.
Oh, you can do that? You can push like each individual person at different times?
But it's not too wide, but it's not the whole thing, like, it's wide enough to make it push it.
But can I get the individual copy?
Yeah.
I can, okay. Alright, you know what, I don't know.
Yeah, I was like, no, you can still do that,
But since you say that, because I want him to have the wide and then you know what I mean? That's what I wanted too. But it's all good.
The camera, so right now.
Because I want to give the speakers like, you know, a copy of it so that it's working.
Or I'm looking at, should I just, I could, airdrop it.
Oh, yeah, you can airdrop it. I think we're gonna play from, we'll play from the Zoom and share the screen. No, so then we did it this way, but this is already on, so we can't do it that way. Okay, how are we gonna be able to show, yeah, we can do it that way. All right, so let me think, where should we play it from?
Or it's the same way that you played the other film?
Yeah, we played it from here. We played it from here, but without doing that. We went to that later. I wonder if we can have them both running at the same time. Let me see. All right, let me get my son so he can. All right.
Price of 180 price for that price.
Let me ask you a question. So you have a film that I just short film under the screen during the panel in the next workshop.
I can only keep my.
You know what? I should do it while I'm here, because. Okay, so 1 minute, Bernard. Just look at this for a quick second. How do I change the? I want to. Okay, so I'm trying to get out of this so that I can. I think it's in. No, I don't want to end it, but I just want to minimize the screen so I can do something else on my computer. This one?
This green little thing.
Oh, the green. That minimizes it? Oh, exit full screen. Oh, thank you. All right.
And I sent it, it's right here. I sent it
I got
over
it.
there, but
okay.
I don't know how you
that's
can
the
show
M factor. That's the M factor.
Oh.
So you airdropped it?
Yeah.
Okay, do it again.
Okay.
Because I don't think I was here to receive it, so I don't know how it goes. All right. So I heard it. Where do I get it from? Oh, here it is. Accept. Perfect. Now, I want to show this movie, right?
Do the video camera.
So
naming that tune.
I want to show it so that they can see it and the people here can see it.
Yeah. So just share screen. When you go back to the minimize screen, you will share screen to this.
I can share.
I can't seem to recognize this song.
What the hell? Ain't nobody
You
talking
got
to
Siri
me.
on right now. You got Siri talking.
I know. So,
you can share
that's it.
screen. Yeah, that's the video if you want.
Oh, so I can share screen in this.
From main control, yeah.
From the main stage. Where?
Yeah, zoom out.
Oh,
Is that the share thing?
is that it? Yeah, share screen. Okay, so then that way they'll see the movie. Okay, perfect. Would like, Sean would like to record this computer screen and audio. It says open settings. I just want to make sure we do it before we go back. What do I do? Are we doing Google Chrome? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. What's my password? Huh?
Social.
Oh. Google Chrome may not be able to record the contents. Choose to quit now. No, we don't want to record it. So just do later. Okay, what do we do now? That's it? Should I turn off the Zoom? No, because we're using Zoom on that, so we don't need it. So is that it? So then I just.
You just gotta select what you want to entire screen. Or do you want to? What do you want to share?
Select tab to share. Oh, this I want to share. Where did the movie go? We want to share this.
Press entire screen.
Entire screen.
And then make the movie big.
Wait, where's the entire screen? I don't see it.
Oh,
right here. Okay. All right. So when we're ready for that, that's what we'll do.
So once you do that now to make sure what's.
Okay, got you. All right, and then we'll be on here, and then we'll just do full screen for that.
Oh, yeah.
Now you share screen.
It says Instagram has disconnected the stream.
Yeah, because you can't.
Oh, okay, got you. So they'll go back. Michelle will go back on.
But call, is Michelle on? Call and make sure the screen recording.
I can't. Okay, we're gonna be back. Oh, I knew what I wanted to do. I need to send something to myself really quick. Oh, it's yeah. Where's all right, we're gonna get started. It's really to bring in food. It's to bring in food. Most businesses, they don't cater to the diet. They don't cater to the diet. And also where I teach, it's really important.
Pembroke Taparelli Arts and Film Festival seeks to use the voices of our artists to help create the change to these devastating headlines reflecting injustice and inequality in our global community. Let's raise the vibration of our planet. Join PTAF for our third year as we bring change to our communities in music, art, and film. PTAF 2018 will feature artists, musicians, and filmmakers using their voice and work for change.
Redefining music is to inspire, motivate, uplift. I believe this festival will create change. And this is a letter to my brothers and to my sisters, the true pharaohs of this great land.
I use my films to bring awareness to issues that are not being discussed in the world. This film festival is going to contribute to this world in making positive changes. My hope is that it could activate people into wanting to do something different.
I use rap to find myself as a way for me to become who I am meant to be. My people, the people of the Philippines and people of Philippine America, this is a lifestyle that we can live. I feel like this festival can give you a story. My people's story, something that's not usually heard on mainstream or TV.
We want you to join us for PTAF 2018 as we create the change. Donate, become a sponsor, volunteer, follow us on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. We need you to make PTAF 2018 a success. Your donations matter. It will help us provide free entrance to over 500 youth to our Create Change Healer concert. It will help us cover administrative and operating costs. Your donations today will help us continue to provide a platform for artists. Create a change. Donate today.
As a filmmaker, I have to bring out some issues that many people are afraid to talk about.
I feel that we don't explore social injustice enough in film because we're afraid that it won't be a financial success. People will not want to go see something that makes them feel uncomfortable.
I was an actor in a play called Pray the Wall. There was a lot of aspects of bias and prejudice in the play dealing with
It's a dummy phone.
Muslims and their the perceived history of them being terrorists. I had many friends who told me that, yeah, I had some reservations about coming to see this project. However, you were in it, so I was coming to support you, and I am so glad that I came.
I feel that you can change a generation.
I think it's very important to let people know, to let the world know what's going on.
There's no better way than doing that with film, because everyone relates to film.
I'm from Russia, and in my country, social media and documentaries doesn't work much, because in every good documentary which was created to open people's mind and show the truth, there is 2 documentaries which shows what the government want people to see, but in America it really works.
It is very important to, as a filmmaker, to have a platform like this festival to share our work, to share our point of view.
And then just put this on the screen because they can answer it here. Okay, because I don't have.
I just want people to come and experience the festival from the panels, the artwork, the films, the music, the theater, anything that we present. I'm hoping that when people see it, they will walk away feeling energized, engaged, that they were immersed in something positive.
Michelle comes back.
She's right there.
She's back?
She's right there.
All right, can we send her a text, please, and just say, are we ready to go back? Hi, I'm Michelle Michelle Smith, or just Andrea, and I'm the founder of the Pembroke Taparelli Arts and Film Festival. I started the Pembroke Taparelli Arts and Film Festival, or as it's known, PTAFF, because I believe in the power of storytelling, not just to entertain, but to relieve truth or reveal truth, to challenge injustice, and to move people to act. Every year, we bring together artists, filmmakers, youth, and community to spotlight stories that society often overlooks and or ignores. And in 2025, we're focusing on a very important issue, labor and wage equity. This isn't just about policy, it's about people. It's about the workers, the laborers in our communities that take care of our families, that build our cities, create our content, yet are struggling to survive. Through films, panels, art exhibits, and a fashion show, we are going to create a space for truth, vision, and collective action. Your support will help to amplify the voices that need.
What am I doing, bro?
You've learned a little. So now you can apply all that you've learned and make your life fabulous, or so we think, right? So it's called Creating in Your Prime, 5 Principles and Essential Practices for Balancing Life, Work, and Art, right? Because a lot of times, this is about really finding your creative voice at this time in your life. And for me, it's also about finding your voice as an, I don't particularly like to say activist, because I don't know that I'm an activist per se, but activism comes in many different forms. You don't have to have the bullhorn at the protest every day. You can be helping someone in your community, helping a child. That's activism. That's an active activism, right? We're combating various issues that we're dealing with. And I digress, because I wanted to do something before I went there. I wanted to bring Barbara up, because Barbara traveled from Chicago to be with us today. And I wanted to give her proper respect, because she did a lot to get here, and she provided us with some great gifts. So Barbara, just really quickly, because some people just came in, they didn't hear you, they didn't hear who you are, what you're about. And it's in your goodie bag, so you leave with it, but I wanted you to share.
So I am a small business. I'm an apothecary. So we create all handmade apothecary items for rest, relaxation, and rejuvenation. Because I feel like as women, because we're not allowed to slow down, you are allowed to slow down. So all of the products encourage you to kind of be in the moment, to just have that moment in the morning. My kids know, don't bother me. Don't bother me. So I have my morning time, I use my products, it's my time for me, and I do it throughout the day. So for example, the sprays, I have one in my pocket, I'll always keep it with me. I'll spritz. If I encounter somebody at the grocery store that maybe is nasty, spritz. If I'm in the car and somebody gets nasty, I have a girlfriend and she's being nasty, maybe I'll spritz her in the eye. But like, it's just to like reboot in that moment, because I feel like sometimes we have a bad day and it's gone. It's no. If you have a bad moment during that day, it's not a bad day. You can have a bad moment and move on and still have a good day. You can have a bad day and still have a good week, or still have a bad week and still have a good month, or have a bad month and have a good year. So don't throw away the whole thing just from a bad moment. And the alchemy helps you to do that, helps you to stay grounded, stay stable, and just be in that moment and just cleanse and clear, because sometimes you just need a moment. Just need a moment. So that is what I'm gonna do. And I met Michelle on an airplane. We were both flying. This is the funniest part. We were both flying to France. And my husband was eavesdropping and knew that she was going to the same event that she was going to. And so that's how I met Michelle. And I just love her energy. We ended up talking the entire time we were waiting for our second plane. Met in France. And then we ended up talking for hours, to the point where we just sat there for hours upon hours just talking. And it's so interesting, because I feel like one of the things that I love to do is connect with other people, and I encourage all of my followers and customers to like connect. Connection is so important, to connect with each other and to build something that is not only legacy, but that you're connecting with each other. So while we were sitting there, we were there for hours, girl. We lost track of time. And it was so beautiful, because not a phone was out. The phones weren't out. We were just talking. And how many people came up to us saying, "Can we take your picture?" We ended up on the blog. We ended up in places that we didn't know, because we were just two women connecting, and everyone was so amazed. These two women were sitting there for hours, just talking. No phones out, just talking. So thank you, Michelle, for inviting me.
Yes, thank you for coming. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I just wanted to test. I'm one of her customers.
Yes.
Like, I carry a piece with me. I don't even know which one this is for. It smells kind of lemony, but her products have helped me just kind of to reset. So highly, highly, highly recommend checking her out and following Barb. She's amazing. So yay! And she has Palo Santo in a spray.
Yes,
right.
Yes.
I never saw
In a spray, and it's 50 Forever's Make Girl.
Oh, okay. It's worth it. It's worth it. Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna quickly, because we're a little bit behind, so we're gonna quickly kind of move through this next segment. And I'm only doing that because I wanna honor the people that are here and the people that are online. So I'm gonna cut this short and just explain what it is. so that we can stay on time. So this segment is really about understanding who you are as an artist and then the cause that you align with. So I created a little quiz. We have a little quiz that I created. It's called the Artivist. This is art and activism. Artivist. So you're an artivist and this is artivism. So I created an artivist quiz. So basically, the quiz just asks you a couple of questions about things. Rap, we want to do all these things, but it may not be what you really are aligned with. So sometimes you need to get clear, and this will help a little bit, somewhat. And once you do that, we can do. So Shelley, let's talk a little bit about this film that you created, and how it aligns with your passion, and then we're going to screen it.
Well, first of all, thank you again for having us today. You're doing a good, this is a great day. I actually, I've been an actor for a very long time, and I've been a theater director, but I wanted to direct film. And I was much like, I don't know where Tara went, but she was, sitting on, like, I'm gonna write the book. I'm gonna write the book. I'm gonna write, and I was like, I'm gonna direct a short film. I'll do it. And I did not do it. And then I learned of the 48-hour film program, and I said, this is perfect because I can't procrastinate. I can't procrastinate any longer. So I said, so part of the project is you write it, you produce it, you shoot it, you edit it, all in 48 hours. So what you're gonna see, we made in 2 days, from scratch. And I got together a talented group of women, Saskia, Benita, Lachey, and Joanna, and we all produced it together, wrote it together, and everybody's experiencing a different level of menopause, all in the group, and we decided to do it on that.
Okay. So we're gonna watch the film, and I'm gonna bring the ladies up and just share briefly your experience with doing the film. Okay. So thank you guys for all being here, and we are going to. Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's called Good Morning Sunshine.
So we're about to watch Good Morning Sunshine.
Yes. Where is he? No.
Good morning, sunshine. Sleep well? Oh, you feel cold. Is it chilly in here? No worries. You'll feel it soon. Feel what? Flames under your skin. I'm gonna make your bones burn. Well, hey there, pretty lady. Oh, thank God. Please, tell me what is happening. What is this place? Well, that's a good question. I've been trying to figure that out for 20 years. So confused. Oh, don't be. Don't try to make sense of it. This is only the beginning. Well, hey there, pretty lady. You just said that, did I? But wait! Excuse me. Excuse you. Don't talk to me. are you talking to me? You're gonna be sorry. Don't ever get out. Get out. I don't need you. Get out of here. Where are you going? Please don't leave me. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. Don't Oh, there you are. I have something for you. They're dead. It's not good, dear. Just drive. It's a cycle of life. No. You're pretty hot stuff. Yeah, you think it's too good to stay in with us? Where do you think you're going so fast? Don't run. It's just change. I just want to be It is you. They knew you.
I rage against the cruel march of time. I wanna go back, but here I stand, still learning how to hold my own hand. I can't rewind, I won't pretend, but carry you with me till
That's how you do
the
it.
end. Though I have changed, you're still in me. Though it feels like a distant memory, it's not over, just changing into the new me.
Hi, Denise. I'm Rachel Kent. I'm here to guide you through this.
Well, I never thought I'd need a tutor for menopause, especially someone as young as you.
You're not the first woman to say this, but rest assured, you're in good hands. And just so you know, you are not alone.
It's good to hear that.
Of course. Ready to get started?
Yeah.
Okay. First, we'll just go through a list of your symptoms, see what's bothering you the most, and then we'll just take it step by step from there.
I'm caught inside this swirling fog, a storm of fire that burns too hot, alone in rooms where others burn. While I'm a flame no one can know, my mind's a haze, memories fade, like petals falling with each shade.
There's a lot of people with all kinds of excuses why we can't do something. There's all kinds of reasons why we can't start something. 2 days, 48 hours, they made a short film. Tell the story. That can be impactful. That can make a difference to the world as we know it, our lives as we know it. So it's just important to not limit ourselves with the excuses and the stories that have stopped us for so long. It's time to move beyond that. So, just really quickly, each of you can say your name and your involvement in the project and what drew you to it.
Shay Thomas voice, and I am an actor. And what drew me to the project is I love working with my friends. So yeah, it was, and I'm also going through menopause. So
And say, so who did you represent in the
I represented all the characters are different facets of menopause. So I represented rage.
Yeah, right. I represented fog in because that brain fog that we can get, and I just was happy. Originally, Lachey had created a character that was a period, and then she was very funny, and her and Benita had written something. But then, the more that we all talked about it, we were like, well, we're not really going through that. We're going through this. So it changed and morphed into this project, and I was just happy to do it with everyone. So it was fun.
Hey, my name is Benita Nall, and I guess I work like the same thing. I like working with my friends, and Lord, I forgot. See, my character's name, but basically, just I was going through all the things, and I am going through all the things, but I am on hormones, so it's helping a lot. So not so much rage and still foggy this, but the rage is gone.
I love how you're in the middle of all of this. I'm Saskia Gorel. I too am an actress, first a singer, I would say. And my sister-in-law here, married to my brother, asked me if I wanted to be involved, and I said absolutely. And they set the 48-hour challenge, and I'm like, oh my gosh, even better. No, because it is a challenge. It's a lot to do in 48 hours. I represented hot flashes. So that's why I was turning up the temperature. She was too cold. Hi, my name is Joanna McCulso. I'm an actress, and I also helped produce it. I think for me, it was just, I love the collaboration, but I also feel like we have this stage to express and to a certain viewpoint that might not necessarily be represented normally. And so we took this opportunity to really give the audience something, an insight as to how we're each feeling. And so I represented dryness. That's why I was really dry at the beginning. And I wanted you guys to, resonate with it. And really nice that you were here, you got touched by it. And that's what we wanted to do, was to just express ourselves and to touch people. And talk about it. People don't talk about it. It's like you're afraid to open up and go, it's good to get out.
Great. Do you guys have anything you'd like to share with the audience? Just a note about your experience in terms of creativity, going through menopause, or this. No, let's not do that. Being at this stage in life. This is not necessarily just about menopause, right? It's just being at this stage in life. So just one quick thing that you would say about where you are in this journey, how you're feeling, even if it's just a word like I'm joyful or I'm grateful, just something like that, but just to kind of put a button on.
Yeah, so I think it was just really nice when you had said that I've come to this point in my life now where everything that I've done up until this point is informing what I'm doing and what I'm doing moving forward. So I actually pivoted and opened up my own art gallery in Manhattan Beach. Thank you, Em. And so another thing to do is I'm championing women artists, artists of color. So I'm doing something for the community and also exposing that community to something, that's more cultural, because it's not necessarily like that. So I love that.
Awesome. Go ahead.
I got nothing to say.
I guess we're, honestly, I feel like I'm happy and at peace where I am. I think aging is a blessing. There's this thing about getting old is so bad, but it's like, what's the alternative? So I'm happy to be here. But I do feel like I'm still finding myself and figuring things out, and that's okay.
I just love what you said about trying to do something at this age where we feel like we can't start over or can't do a creative project. And just like Shelley was saying, she always wanted to direct. And at some point, most actors want to do something else within the business. So I think for me, right now, I'm in a play, and it was my first time leading a play. Thank you. Thank you. But it kind of scared with, you can't do something because, you're later on in life, or you're at another phase. But with positive people around me and just really believing in myself that I have all the tools I need to do it, then it's just actually, sometimes you have to get with a person to push you over to the place that you want to be. So that has been benefit for me doing this film as well, because it's done, it's there, you were able to see it where it was just living in here. So it was really a blessing to have these ladies, and we just did it, and we're all about around the same age, so that's amazing.
Yeah, and I can't say enough how, I didn't know how this day was going to affect me or, meet people, but it has been very inspiring, because I think that especially, I don't care what industry you're in, we're all in the entertainment industry, but you could be in any industry, and it's something about, women getting older, women over 40, that people just kind of think like it's over for you. You just need to go hang it up somewhere. But that's not true. I feel the most confident that I've ever felt. I feel the most capable that I've ever felt. I feel the most smart that I've ever felt, and I feel like every woman in this room feels that way. And I'm glad that we're having forums like this. So thank you, Andrea, because every woman that's out there that's listening and that listens to this later on should know, like, it's not a death sentence. It's like you will feel better. You will be better. You will be more confident. And so we should look forward to it instead of something that we dread.
I think I came to menopause late. I thought I kind of got away with it. Because I was feeling no symptoms my friends were feeling. And then I did. And, can we get personal? Yes. My period stopped in January, and I was like, yay! And I thought I was home free. And then in July, my daughter got her first period, and I don't know if it's because we got in sync. It came back. And then all the symptoms came, like I'm getting hot, and rebound and all that stuff. So I'm on the HRT and stuff. But yeah, then I got the brain fog especially was messing with me. I started to feel really dumb. Can't find the words, have no confidence, don't know direction, blah, blah, blah. Went through a divorce. I thought, oh no, this is it. I'm just going to be in a shell and probably order and die. And then I started seeing someone, and he's just been this light in my life that's very supportive, like you were talking about. You need that person on your corner to make you remember who you were and give you that kind of boost of, you can do this. And so we started a little business together, and I'm getting it back. So it's just nice, to have that sort of support and feel like myself again.
What's the business?
Oh, it's like a construction thing. Getting like a payroll thing where we kind of find construction workers. Yeah.
Excellent. Oh, I love it.
Yeah. Away from acting.
But that's cool.
Yeah, reinventing.
Exactly. We're going to be talking about that. In the next segment, we have a Midlife CEO segment where we're talking about businesses and building business. Because you know what's so funny? I've been saying this for the last couple of days now, that women hit menopause. Okay, so men and women both go through this midlife thing, right? Men do it differently. They go buy sports cars and get younger wives, right? That's exactly what they do. We get divorced, but then we get celibate, and we stay at home, and we just start being grandma, just taking care of the kids, the grandkids. And I'm like, that's my great-great-grandmother's menopause, and that's not mine. Okay, so we have to do it differently, guys. We don't need to necessarily go get a younger man, but hey, I'm not opposed to it. I do get a little cold every now and then, so you never know. But we have to be open, right? Because I just saw something where this guy was 20 years younger than his wife, and I kid you not, they were so happy. They looked really happy. And when I think about, no, I couldn't do that. That's like my son's age. You know what I mean? Like, I can't do that. But you never know. Like, it's not for me, but I won't be judgmental about it as I used to be. Because I was very judgmental about that. But now I'm like totally open, totally understanding that, listen, man, love is, you find it where you find it. And when you're going through this, you need a little love. So, anyways, all right, so we're gonna go move on to the next. Thank you so much, ladies. Really appreciate it. Wait, don't go anywhere. We have goodie bags for everyone, so just stick with us for a little bit. We're gonna turn this over to Michelle, practitioner Michelle, who is going to be doing a workshop about wellness
and health within this space in this time period. So we're going to turn this over to practitioner Michelle.
Greetings, everyone. Hold on, let me. Was doing behind the scenes things as well. Let me know if you are able to see everything. Let's see here. We're just gonna have to.
No, we can see it. Can you?
I know, but if I remove you from the stage, are you still going to be able to see? Because it's not showing up on the screen. From the stage. So we'll just leave the main stage there just in case. Just because we've had so many technical difficulties today, it's just like, okay, let's just keep moving. So hi, I'm practitioner Michelle with Soulfully Healthy Living. I am a women's health coach. I specialize in perimenopause to menopause to postmenopause. And so today we're going to go through Thrive in Midlife, holistic health and mindset for women in transition. And I want to make a special point that I said midlife that I'll bring back because I know this is a menopause, event, but we also have to look at menopause is just one phase of this entire transition. So, science has evidence bases out there that you can have perimenopause for 8 to 10 years, right? So meaning that if you were one of the women that happened to go through menopause early, you could start getting symptoms as early as 35, right? So that's why I focus on midlife, because all of this part of our life definitely needs to be supported and loved. So again, I'm so grateful that you're here to spend this time with me. And I know midlife can be a whirlwind with career shifting, families evolving, our bodies changing, right? And as we've said many times today, perimenopause is very unique. You will have some women that are getting hot flashes very early on, some that get them very late, some that don't get them at all, which is very surprising. But there are over 200 something odd symptoms that you would never think of that can be attributed to perimenopause. And I always like to think of it as puberty on 1000. So here we are. This is going to be a space. So it's going to be interactive, and this is going to be a space for you. We've had this day. We've had all these things going on. We've got really inspired, but this is going to be our time to kind of slow down, reconnect, and kind of remember our own wisdom. So just to get going, we want to ground. So I want everyone that's in this space to be able to place one hand on your heart and one on your belly. And when I say your belly, I'm looking at your sacral, your womb area. So that's going to be probably lower than your stomach, So you want to get down closer to that womb area. And I want to close your eyes if that feels safe to you. And we're just going to take a deep inhale, a slow inhale through our nose for the count of 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to hold that gently for the count of 2. 1, 2, and then we're going to release through our mouth for 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's do 2 more together. Inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold gently for 2 and release through your mouth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Our last one together. Inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. Holding. 1, 2, and then release through the mouth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now I want you just to take note of what's happening to your body. Notice how even just a few breaths can shift your nervous system, right? And so this is one of the simplest tools through this entire period of life. is that breath. It's the simplest tools that we carry with us. When we're thinking about this phase in life, we really, with the silence that's been around it, with the misinformation that's been around it, if you had an opportunity to catch the film, we talk a lot about what happens in this phase. And it's not because we're biologically necessarily different, but it's that cultural aspect. What is happening in our lives before we get into midlife, right? So we bring all of that with us. So any of that stress that we have from careers, any stress that we may have from family, from relationships, even trauma that we may have had as children. So we want to make sure that all of those things that we carry with us, that we're able to reframe them and release, right? So this is that time frame where we really get to go in and just kind of reinvent ourselves. One lady said earlier is about writing the script for this next part of our life, right? What happens after this transition? And we all have the power to rewrite that. So again, transition. People, the first thing when someone says transition, they think stress, self-doubt, even a shift in our very identity as women. We spent so much time taking care of kids. If we didn't have kids, maybe we were taking care of other people's kids. Maybe we were trying to have kids and could not. We had careers, we had businesses, we had passions, all these things just that we're trying to juggle through life. And you get to this point where your hormones start to shift and they're not there to support you, or maybe they are, and you're not really sure what the heck is going on. It's sometimes it can feel like everything is falling apart. And I want to pause there, because many women don't know that this age group is one of the highest rates for suicide for women. So when we're feeling those feelings about falling apart, and keeping that silence, again, it's time to speak out, because we have to save ourselves. So when those things are coming in our careers and we're feeling like, oh, the brain fog, do I have ADD? or even if you know that you did, it's on 10,000 by the time you get to this midlife phase of trying to focus, trying to juggle. You may notice simple things as your joints starting to stiffen. Women get frozen shoulders. I've had that experience. So that's one of those things where you really realize that we need to reframe of how we think about this transition, how we think about it more into stepping into wisdom, right? Stepping into being an elder. And again, someone mentioned this before, but it's not about decline, right? It's about a new doorway to a new power, to a deeper wisdom, and a realignment to what truly matters, right? So those relationships that we had that we were like, oh, I'm tired of his nonsense. And we get to those points where we're like, well, I don't want to deal with this anymore. And I don't have to, right? So those things fall away, right? So wonderful. So I want you to think, I'm going to give you a prompt here. Think of a transition that you're moving through right now, right? Because we're all here in this menopause event, and it can be big or small. But what one word would describe how that feels in your body? So think about that. I'll give you just a moment. Just think about that one transition, big or small, and one word that how that feels in your body. Okay. And I would love for anyone there that feel free to share, to put it in the chat. Or anybody just call out a word that you feel that speaks to that feeling.
Okay.
Scary. When we first came.
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, you can hear. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know type. Okay. So someone said scary. Someone else said stressful.
Tense.
Fatigued. Tense.
Achy.
Achy.
Achy. Okay.
Pissed off? Overwhelmed? That's what I feel, overwhelmed.
Annoyed.
Overwhelmed.
Manic,
Sweaty.
sweaty, sad, depressed.
Mhm.
That's what people are moving through right now. Lost,
Yeah, lost. Yeah.
lonely.
Wow. And I want to acknowledge each and every one of those words, because that is all of it is welcome. And so what happens in this modern society when we feel those things, we push them away because we're like, oh, they don't want to know I'm depressed because I'm in perimenopause, or no one needs to know this. And the reframing of that is to say, I feel this way and that's okay. I'm going to sit with that and experience that and allow it to move through. When I think about women in today's society, in our energy, from an energetic perspective, and we look at how society runs, and it runs on a very masculine energy. Everything go, 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 achieve, 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 right? And as women, we have our cycles and they flow with the moon, or as close as to the moon as possible. And that means it goes up and down, up and down. And that's okay, because that's how the waves come in and they come out. And when we can reframe that, those moments when the waves come in and then they come out, they'll allow the waves, they'll allow the things that break over you to flow through and be okay with that, right? Because that is our nature, right? It's just like yin and yang, everything flows, right? And so when we allow ourselves to flow even through the shadow, and this is one of the times in our lives where that shadow becomes more important. And it's just, a lot of times when people think shadow work is something super spiritual, no, no, no. It is recognizing the parts of yourself that you have kept hidden, even from yourself, but you have kept hidden for so long, right? So that's that reframing. And to take those feelings of, I feel depressed. Why do I feel depressed? Do I feel supported in the way I should be? Do I feel alone? Is that what's making, so allowing yourself to kind of explore those, what does that mean? What does that feel? Or where is it in my body? And exploring those things through the shadow. The other thing we want to look at this time in our life is supporting our hormonal health and mental clarity, right? Because we've already established all our hormones are all over the place. We have this talk nowadays of being estrogen dominant, because we have the xenoestrogens and the phytoestrogens and our body estrogens, and we can't handle it. And I want to say the estrogen, natural estrogen from our bodies, really 3 types. But it's not the bad guy. It's not the bad guy. Estrogen, say, is a prophylactic against harsh issues like connectivity. So meaning that you see a stark increase in heart disease in women after menopause, right? Because we have that, you're missing that estrogen. Sometimes you will have women that are, in this estrogen dominance because maybe their progesterone dropped 4 times as fast as what was expected. And so it's not that your estrogen is really that high, it's just the progesterone has dropped so low. And the other thing too is that we have testosterone as well, and those things contribute to our libido and our energy and different things like that. And so we want to kind of keep those in mind when we're looking at holistic ways to kind of support that, whether that be through herbs. If you find that during that journey that's not enough, there's always HRT, and you can always go to a specialist. But what I would always suggest, whether you're doing herbs, something very natural, lifestyle, looking at yoga, breath work, know what your numbers are. And there are many women that'll go and they'll say, well, I went to the doctor and he said everything is normal. Normal to who? Right? So that's what we need to know. So through that process, you should have, and nowadays they do have the mirrors and different companies that will offer those hormones for you to kind of go through and keep an eye on, because you really need to know what's normal for you, right? Because it's a very unique experience for every woman. And that's even within race and ethnicity. Another thing I want to consider when we're looking at some of the things from a holistic perspective, how we eat, what we support, we want to make sure that we're supporting our blood sugar cycles. That's extremely important when it comes to tying that into our hormones, right? We also want to keep mind of as our nervous systems get revved up, right? And we're releasing cortisol, right? And that's floating in our bodies, right? Meaning there's inflammation in our bodies, right? So you're going to see whether you're in that midlife or actually in menopause, you see women with the fibroids and different things like that, right? All of that is cycled through your liver. So if your body is working on filtering out alcohol or even cortisol from stress, what it's not doing is filtering out the estrogens that you don't need or your body's processing and needs to exit out of the body. It starts to recycle. So all of those things are you may see insomnia, again, issues with blood sugar. And most importantly, I think for a lot of women, especially me, and I will attest to that, is mental clarity, brain fog, and focus. So just keep in mind that small things mean huge differences. Okay. So again, we all know we can all look up on Google and say, okay, what do I need to be eating? Or, whether you want to do plant-based or whether you want to do Mediterranean, all of that really doesn't matter as long as it's what's supporting your body. Everyone can't be plant-based. Everyone can't be, whatever other eating style is out there. Just make sure that you're doing something that actually supports your body and your hormones. And particularly for women our age, making sure that we have enough protein and calcium. Again, I know somebody else mentioned some elder allies, but I have my favorites. Again, I'm a huge fan of black cohosh. So huge that I actually grow my own black cohosh root. I don't give that away. That's for me. But I do grow black cohosh, ashwagandha, again, for the stress. And that's whether you're a business owner, entrepreneur, you're in corporate, any of those things, any of those adaptogens are going to help support your body, help support your stress levels during this phase. And I say that why that's really important is, the stress, and we talked about the cortisol in the body, but we're also more sensitive to stress at this stage. So there's all these things that are going on in our body, and it's almost a miracle that more of us aren't out here choking people. And because there is a war inside of us that we try to keep kind of closed in. And again, some other favorites are lemon balm to bring some calmness. You have your clary sage. There's so many herbs out there that really can support, but again, I'm always going to say adaptogens for your nervous system, and lemon balm for calming. There's passion flower. There's many things, and a lot of these I use in my own particular blends. But just keep in mind that small things can make a huge difference. So we're talking. And we talked about, so everybody, I want everyone to remember their word, their one. We're going to call that back up. So remember that one word, that feeling you felt when we thought about that one thing that's in transition, whether it was big or small. So we're going to bring that back in our body. Okay. When we are feeling like this, one of the things I would like to offer, again, let's go back into the breath, right? So let's go. This time we're going to inhale for 3. We're going to hold for 3, and then we're going to breathe out for 6. So, okay, everybody get their word. The depressing, the scared, all those things. Yes, all of those. Ready? Now, let's take a deep breath in. 1, 2, 3. Hold for 3. 1, 2, 3. Exhale for 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Again, inhale. 1, 2, 3. Hold for 3. 1, 2, 3. Exhale for 6. And this time when you exhale that feeling. Release it. I am no longer depressed. Release it. Inhale again. 1, 2, 3. We're going to hold for 3. 1, 2, 3. And we want to exhale, releasing everything that we felt, becoming anew, becoming assured, becoming empowered. Okay. Now I want you to notice, after we've gone through that, just very shortly, how does your mind feel different? Does it feel quieter? Now that you allowed that feeling to come in and be released, process and release. Anyone want to share?
I just feel relaxed. I definitely feel, because it's very tense. And so bringing that in and doing that breath just kind of relaxed, made me feel very relaxed right now.
Wonderful. And these are things that we can do every day. So the next time you have a big meeting, an audition, meeting someone new, take that time to recapture your breath, because that is our, right? As women, that is our wisdom. And we hold so much inside if we just take a moment to go in and witness.
It's amazing to go through a day without even like consciously breathing. We know we're breathing, we're alive, but we don't consciously breathe. It's amazing that you can go days without actually thinking about your breath.
Oh, yeah.
And when you do, what difference it makes. Wow.
A huge difference. And it's very powerful. And, you know, I always look at this time as an initiation, or at least that's how I was able to reframe it for myself. It's initiation into the circle of wisdom, of a wise woman, a sibyl, all of these things, an oracle. So as artists, you know, we have these visions, we have these voices that we're able to create. And if we go inside and allow that to be released, we're stepping onto a new stage. We're not dying. We're not getting old. I know so many, I'm 50, and I know so many women my age that are out here about it. We ain't slowing down, right? So it's that, again, we're going to go back to that reframing. Now I want to kind of look into burnout and kind of preventing that. Because a lot of times in this stage at 50, we may have kids and parents to take care of, careers, transition, particularly like if you were in corporate and you're trying to get away like me. Just life in general. At this time, we want to make sure that we're watching out for how we're responding to things. And it can sneak up on us. You know, and a lot of times if you say, okay, I think I'm having burnout, and say you go to your doctor with that, they're going to be like, oh, it's menopause. And it's kind of hard to tell whether is it truly just burnout, or is it perimenopause, or is it just exacerbated because they're intertwined. And sometimes we may never really know, but we want to be aware of any type of professional burnout, caregiver burnout, partner burnout, leader burnout, artivist burnout. Our ambition doesn't fade, but our bodies are just asking for new rhythms, the rhythms that we're naturally attuned to, right? And so when we're looking at this, and I will say this, we don't, sometimes we're like, oh, I'm going to go get another degree, or I'm going to go do this, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this. Sometimes it's okay to rest. And I want you to look at it as radical rest, radically deserved rest. It's allowed. I don't care what society says. You are allowed to rest. And the sooner you learn that, the sooner everything will shift. You're absolutely allowed to say, I'm resting. Don't call me. Right? So I do want to look at a little bit of some things to take with you, right? So you can do micro rest, like 5 minutes, 5 minutes of stretching. If you're at work, you're on set, you're wherever, take a 5-minute break and go step outside. Maybe do some breath work, but have that time for yourself. Always remember to have time for yourself. Even if it's just, I'm going to go sip some tea. And then I want you to, this is going to take home, but this, you know what, actually you can take this home, but I will start it here. Just to give you kind of a guideline of where you can go. So you can take a piece of paper, or you can do this on your phones as well. And you want 2 columns. The one on the left says drains, and on the one on the right, you're going to say nourishes, right?
Wait, hold on. I'm giving out some index cards.
Okay, awesome. Yes, we have paper there. If you're online, just grab some paper. And it could just be like really short. It could be a note card or whatnot.
Oh, you have yours. Okay, so I'm giving out papers.
Okay. Yeah. And as you're getting your papers, again, we're just going to have 2 columns, one that says drains and one that says nourishes. Actually, it really doesn't matter what side you put it on, but one that says drains, one that says nourishes. Okay, and once everyone has their paper, what I want you to do is look at Sunday. So I want you to look at last week. And I want you to quickly jot down up to maybe 3 to 5 things, because we don't want to, we want to make sure we stay on schedule, but 3 to 5 things and that happened over this last week. And I want you to put them in a column, whether that drained you or whether that nourished you. So even if it's something little, like I had time to take a 15-minute hot shower, or I had time to take a bath, if that nourished you, put that in the nourish column. And I'll go ahead and give you some time off. I should just sit here. Make sure you're not thinking too hard or overthinking, which something that does happen in this time frame. Three to 5. Does anyone need more time? Is everyone ready? Okay, wonderful. I know, and you may say, okay, you didn't give us enough time, but you do want this to be very just off the top of your head to really kind of explore. If you're thinking too long, you'll start over digging. So I want you to look at your list. And I want you to look at one nourishing thing on your list that you can increase. That would be easy for you to increase. That will fit in your lifestyle. And that's something that you would find sustainable. So just one nourishing thing. And then on the one draining thing, on the draining side, what's on that list that you can minimize? Is it time with a person? Is it time at a job? What is that one draining thing? And I'll open it up for anyone to share their nourishing or draining.
Okay, I'm gonna go, because I spend far too much time playing nonsense games on my phone. I'm admitting it, I gotta stop it, and not enough time reading. And when I read, I feel nourished, and I feel like I'm expanding my understanding of whatever it is I'm reading. And these games, which like even today, I wake up, I'm like, ooh, let me play this, 10 minutes. And I think I'm relaxing myself, but I'm not, right? It's this, my eyes are on this tiny blue screen, and then my brain goes back a do, and I'm like, okay, what do I gotta do now? Versus when I read, I can read for like 10 minutes and process that, and then feel energized after that. So that's what it is for me.
Thank you. Thank you for that share. And I love that because those are things are very simple. Particularly when we're talking about the time spent on our phones. During, I would say one of the most consistent symptoms I see across the board is insomnia. So anytime we can decrease our phone time, anytime on the blue light, or anytime that's going to rev our brains up, then we would like to decrease that in this stage. And I love that reading because I love to read and I love a little fantasy and I love to kind of drift off and have all these pictures in my head. And then, like you said, you close it really, like, okay, I've read. And then now I'm in a state of where I've been able to breathe and not with all this blue light, right? So I love those. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Would anyone else like to share?
So, the thing that trained me this past week was content creation. Oh, it's never ending. The content you create, what the business, the takes and the retakes and the triple, double, quadruple takes to get it right. So I was a little overwhelmed by that this past week. But I will say what was nourishing for me this past week was making more of my food at home. I love being in the kitchen, and when I'm not doing so well, it's rushed, it's quick, it's quick meal here and there. But just really being able to take time to spend time making good food for myself, savoring said food, and not making such a rush from one day to the next. So I had a good time this week.
Wonderful, wonderful. I would say to that, and thank you for that, sure. And I definitely relate. There are so many things that we love to do that give us joy, but we're so busy. We don't have time for it. I love to garden, I have animals. And I always feel like I'm running from place to place, to place to place. Oh, I got to do this. 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 And it immediately stripped the joy from everything that I loved, right? Or when you were talking about the cooking, because we're just trying to rush. And then you're like, oh, I got to clean up everything. I don't have time to do that. I would love to. So I would say, and my suggestion would be for you is to schedule one day a week where you have a date with yourself, that you treat yourself to what you would get at a restaurant, and make it a standing date, make it an appointment. This is my time. If you can invite others if you would like, but if it's just you want it to be your time, you're actually welcome to do that. But I would always suggest, I know what that feels like, and it is hard. But you want to make, even if it's just 2 hours, I want to make a date with myself to remember who I am on the inside, remember that little girl that had fun with this or that, or those things, but make sure that you address that inner woman, inner child. So I'll go ahead and keep going unless someone else wanted to share.
I wanted to share.
Oh, sure. Let's do that.
Is for me to not really be available for people and their drama. So it's always that one phone call that will mess your whole day up. So for me, I take time out to get my morning meditation, prayer, and reading in, and then if I choose to answer that call, at least I'll be prepared what to say. But
because sometimes people will dump on you, and then your whole day is messed up. And I need self-care and to focus on me before I pick up that call.
I love that. And I'm going to roll right into our next section, which is boundaries and protecting your peace. I love that. You know, and I want women to be okay with setting boundaries. I want women to be okay with the notion that I am not your mule. I love you, but I am not your mule. I will no longer carry your burdens, right? And so when we step into that and we say that truthfully, a lot of times as women, you know, we're still caretaking. We're still letting boundaries slip. And so again, I love that you said that, because that is so important, that you took your time first. And then if you felt like it, you would give to the next person. And I always say, you know, a lot of times in my work, I'm always saying, fill your cup, fill your cup. Can't pour from an empty cup. You got to fill your cup. And in modern society, people have taken that to mean that, oh, I'll get depleted and then I'll refill my cup so then I can continue to pour. And that has never been what the saying meant. It meant from pouring from the overflow. So your cup should always be full, overflowing with self-care, self-love, self-support, community support, your friends support, your girlfriends, your family, overflowing so that you can pour out to others. And so that's why I'm so glad that just perfect segue. So we want to remember that boundaries are not walls. We're not blocking ourselves in, but they are bridges, and they're bridges for our own nervous system and how we operate in the chaos. And like you were saying, when people are living in their chaos, if you open the door, they will suck you in. You just get right on up in a tornado and they'll just pull you along with them. Right. So boundaries are really about protecting your nervous system. And why is that important? Because that's where we're going to have, when you're looking at strokes, heart health, all of that's all connected. Right. And ideally, whenever we're talking about holistic health, setting boundaries, movement, all of those things are to be able to activate your parasympathetic system, right? And some of us have gotten so used to being in that sympathetic system where we're either fighting, we're running, we're fawning, we're freezing. And in this stage, that it becomes so apparent that no longer works for us, right? And we should be spending 95% of our time in that parasympathetic state, right? So everything that we do as we write our script for this next phase in life, as we move forward in holistic health, or as we even move forward in setting boundaries, what we want to do is allowing that script to write out how we're going to maintain this parasympathetic state, right? Because that's where we heal, that's where we digest, that's where we love. That's where we get beauty, the relaxing of our skin, all of that type of stuff. So we want to make sure that we're in that space. And I will guarantee you, I know we just talked about preventing burnout. Without boundaries, you will burn yourself out. It's going to accelerate. I don't care what you're experiencing in perimenopause. I know we all do different things. However, if you are not setting your boundaries, you're not taking care of your nervous system, it's going to be one hell of a bumpy ride, right? So it's very important that we don't push ourselves to the limit. And I always look at it, one of my favorite reminders, because sometimes things are flat out no, but sometimes things can be a no, not right now, maybe later. And so that's what you want to say. Hey, I love you, but I don't have time for your junk right now. You know, my vessel is full, right? So again, tips, making sure that we're looking at what's important and what's urgent. They're not always the same thing. Make sure that you're able to say no, and feel free to practice it. but say no with clarity. No ifs, ands, or buts, no maybes, no, no, two-letter word. Boundaries can be kind, but firm, right? At the same time. So I just want you to think of one thing. Think of one time where you have felt stretched too thin. And I can guarantee I can probably come up with about 5 right now. But one time that you stretched too thin, and what boundary could have protected your energy? And anyone, feel free to share. You don't have to wait. Just hop in.
Self-control.
Self-control. Okay, that's a good one. What was the second one?
Someone said ignoring.
Ignoring people. Wonderful. Okay, so now that we have that one thing, I want you to rewrite that. So like, say for instance, as an example, what boundary could have, I don't give you an example, I'll use myself. What boundary could have protected me this last week? That would, for me, that would have been communicating what was on my plate, right? So I would want to rewrite that in a clear sentence, right? Saying that, hey, I have a lot on my plate right now. I can't help you with this, but I'll be able to. So when we're looking at that, we just want to make sure that when we're saying no, when we're setting a boundary, how are we writing it? If you can write it in one clear sentence, you can say it and be very clear about your no, or not right now. Anybody else want to try it with their boundary? Anyone?
I can say when someone is attempting to have me in their realm without my exact consent, I can say I don't have to, my time isn't conducive right now to interact with you. Maybe when I get more space for myself, then I'll be able to help you with whatever it is.
Okay. Now let me ask you a question. When you were thinking that, and I know we didn't get a chance to write it down, but when you're thinking that sentence, is this a hard no, or is it a not right now?
Well, it could be a hard no, or it could be a not right now, depending on what my space is, what my space and my allotment is at that time. I try not to do, and this is something that I'm working on personally. I like to help and extend, and I've been that way since I was a little girl because I'm the eldest, and I was always needing to be there for other people, but I barely was there for myself. It showed up within the last 5 years with my soon-to-be grown adult daughter, where she's a lot like I was when I was little, and because I raised her so well, I'm thinking that's a good trait, but no, because now we're both young women that's not showing up for ourselves. It becomes where we're giving, pouring from our cup, and we're never being replenished. So
Yeah.
that's what I've done over the last month or two. Literally, no kidding, I've left jobs that I was in a job for 6 years. I left that job at the beginning of August because it wasn't conducive to my self-awareness. It wasn't a space for me to be able to grow more. And I noticed I was pushing myself to sit in this box where I needed a bigger box, and that box wasn't provided through the. And then with another company, I worked with the school, and I noticed that I was stripping myself to sit in this box.
And I'm noticing I'm growing. I'm growing, and I'm growing so fast. It's almost, I don't know if the word scary, because I'm not scared of it, but it's like I'm shedding a skin, or shedding I'm shedding, and I'm becoming more and more thicker, and my skin is in this, like, it's becoming thicker, and my skin is becoming more soft, but it's thicker, and I'm sitting in a softer spot than I was before. And at first I was able to say, oh, okay, I can do it for you, but now it's like, nah, I can't do it. And no, I'm not going to do it, or nah, not right now. Maybe I can come back and talk to you about it, but I'm sitting in this spot and I'm not moving on my button. And it's feeling good. Even with my parents, it's like that. And I encourage all of us to do it. And it wasn't easy at first, but after so many times of doing it, I'm like, oh, I can do this all the time. You know, so.
Wonderful. And I love that. I love that. And again, this is such a transformative time where things that I never would have stood up for myself in my 20s, 30s. Now I'm like, no, it's no go. No, you don't have to. And I'll tell you a story just to share, just to have an understanding of what really happens in our life. And this is just, yes, I'm still in corporate America. I went back a number of years ago and came, and then now I'm tired of it again. Well, I've been tired of it. And was a boss. And she was a little bit younger, and she's normally fine, a little bit crazy, but whatever. And then she started, like, somebody left and she started giving me all this extra work. And I was like, oh, did you pay me something extra? And so I said, this is not even my wheelhouse. My wheelhouse is law, and you're giving me budget stuff? I don't think so. That's a whole other job. So that's two roles, and very divergent from what my skill set is. And so she was like, she kind of hemmed and hawed. And I said, well, here you go. Here's my resignation letter. And they were like, wait a second. That's not what we thought. Let's rework this. And so being able to say, hey, no, I'm not doing this, and stand up for myself, helped me move into creating a position that was very specific to what I needed and my lifestyle. But I would have never done that in my 20s. I would have just waited till I had another job and disappeared. You know, that's the way I was. I was always getting jobs, and I'm like, I don't like that when I'm out of here. So that's a very different approach, like you said, when you're shedding your skin, to be like, I am a different person. This is a new stage in life, and I do deserve the things that I care about. I do deserve the things that I desire. And I deserve to rewrite and script my life. I put what I'm going to put in society in this rat race that they expect no one to win. But I'm going to step out of that and I'm going to win, right? So that's that new skin coming off, stepping fully into yourself. So if we don't have any other shares, what I want to do is go ahead and close out with the integration on everything that we've talked about. It's been quite a lot. I did want to kind of condense it because, again, it's been a long day. But again, I just want to thank you. I love that we're having this conversation. It is past time. And I'm just excited to be here. So we're going to close out with placing one hand on our heart, one on our womb, and we're going to take a slow breath in. And then we're going to ask ourselves, what is one tool from today that you will carry into the week? And we're just going to sit here and allow that to breathe in and integrate. What is one tool that you will carry into your week? And as you're thinking on that, I just wanted to take a minute to meditate, continue to breathe deeply, using any of the breathing methods, whatever feels comfortable right now. And I just want us to know that transitions ask us to release, to renew, and to rise. May you leave here knowing your body is wise, your spirit is resilient, and your journey is uniquely yours. Thank you. So again, that's all I have for today. If any of the tools resonated, Soulfully Healthy Living, we offer deeper courses on what is menopause, some more of the evidence-based mechanics of it, support on herbal support, supplement support, as well as building communities where we can talk amongst one another about our experiences in menopause, perimenopause, or somewhere in between. And how different they are, but just again to offer support to one another. So just remember, you don't have to navigate midlife alone, because there are plenty of us in it, and your thriving matters. Thank you.
Okay, thank you guys. Okay, so I have 6 numbers here. We have amazing gifts. We have Keep on Going by. We have a nice pocketbook from Tote and Carry. This is a brand that's here in Los Angeles. It's a luxury pocketbook, like travel bag, Tote and Carry. So they made travel suitcases and da-da-da-da. So we have a gift for you. And then we have Angela Green's box, a subscription box here with lots of, Angela, why don't you tell them what's in the box? So I 6 people today can win any one of these things, but Angela is going to tell us what's in the box.
So this gift box includes a $100 facial with me personally. We'll assess your skin, we'll do a consultation facial. We'll take a look at what you need, what you do not need, dispel some myths, understand a little bit more about your health and your lifestyle to customize the treatment just for you. And it also has all of the ingredients listed and so forth, but there's a full set of products to use. So there's a daytime cleanser, nighttime cleanser, toner, and each of you have a goodie bag that also has the toner, but this is the complete collection, and it's a great hydrating line of products, very high quality. You can use with other products as there are no specific actives, but I do believe that hydration is the key to health, and that also includes our skin. So I certainly look forward to being of service to the lucky winner, and good luck to you all for all of these wonderful prizes.
And Rashawn's going to come in, and so we have some Smart Bread mushroom coffee. Some of you had the opportunity to taste it. I actually really do love this coffee. I don't put a lot of water in mine, so it's a little bit, it's a little bit sweeter, and then it gives me a little bit more of a boost. So they put, so I like it because it gives me a really good boost, and I don't have brain fog. Okay, so I'm ready for the numbers. What? Is it 1 to 20? Yes, it's 1 through 20. So 12 is correct. So what I should have done was like figure out which gift I'm going to give it. Okay, what do you want?
I'll take the parent
The first one. Okay. There you go. I should have said what the gift was, but there you go.
Thank you.
Okay. So 12
Next one is, what's the gift?
Okay, so that's what I'm going to do now. I'm going to pick a gift, and anybody with the right number, it's the glow up. Keep on glowing. A number 8.
14.
10.
18.
17.
13.
2. 4. Who said 1? And you won. Keep on going. Okay. And we're going to give away a coffee. Smart Drip. Well, all of us. So, numbers. This is the focus group, and these are like what happened?
I just was ready for my number.
Oh, you ready for your number? So we're giving away this. So, like I said, this one is like a brew. So it's not the latte. So people who are coffee lovers prefer this. They don't like they prefer this to the latte. So this is like I said, mushroom coffee. It's like a brew. So you do it like, with the hot water and all that. So 5, 6.
I was gonna say 7.
7, 12, 12, 10, 19, 19,
15,
15,
2,
20, 8. No, we're close. You were close. 7,
16,
3, 15, 9. 9. All right, and we have the last one, Angela.
10.
Wait, hold on, I didn't do the numbers yet, sorry. Okay, ready?
Yeah.
7,
2,
close,
3,
6,
8.
Who said
5,
6? Okay, thank you guys. All right, so that's it for our. Oh no, I have one. Let me give one more. This is not in your gift bag. This is from Pixie. Oh, this is from Pixie. It's a vitamin C toner. This is a mist and a vitamin C toner. Okay, so, oh, jeez, can't do that one. That number's already exposed. Okay, last one.
7.
Last and final.
14, 9. Sorry.
You're close.
19, 10.
Woo, close.
11, 20, 15.
Who said 20? Okay, all right, that's it, guys. We're gonna have the last panel of the day, which is gonna talk to our midlife CEOs. So those of you who have started businesses or looking to start a business, want to get some more information, looking into affiliate programs, because listen, that affiliate program is the way to go too. So you guys can, if this is going to be a great thing, we're just putting the chairs together and we're going to invite Kellyanne, Empress, Angelique, and Rashawn, and Angela Green to come and share their wisdom. And we're going to be with Sheila Edmondson is going to be our model. Oh my gosh. I need to call her. Huh? Oh, it was a good exercise. So your name tag. Oh.
Yes. Yes, you do. Yes. Yes, it's
How's everybody doing today? Y'all feeling good? Huh? Keep that energy going up, huh? Good. Get on that coffee. Get on that coffee. That coffee is good. All right. It's always a pleasure, sir. Always a pleasure, sir. Yes, sir. Oh. Oh, yes. Sorry. So remember, to us as Jews. Yeah.
Okay, so I do, before we start the panel, I have two women here that have a business. I believe it's care business. And I'd love for them to speak to you before we start, because this panel, and they came at the right time, is about midlife CEO. It's about building businesses. A lot of times as women, we are afraid to start something new, especially later in life. And well, we have all, my friend over there, business ideas out the wazoo. We have business ideas after business ideas, but when do we start them? So thankfully, these ladies and this gentleman and his wife have started their businesses, and they're going to share that with us. And these two young ladies are going to share, so come up and share, introduce yourselves, and share a little bit before we get started. Thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Aditon Adeyemo, the owner of Double Crown Beauty. So I've always had this passion for beauty.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
is this okay?
And then
Over here?
One step back. Yes, there you go.
Okay.
Two steps back.
Back?
Yes.
Is this okay?
Your face. Can't see your face. Look on the computer. Can't see yours.
Oh, okay.
There you are. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. There you go. Oh, I sit right here.
Yeah.
Perfect. That's that.
Okay, so my name is Aditon Adeyemo, the owner of Double Crown Beauty. So I created this business just to, I don't know how to put it, but I love everything beauty, and I'm also using that to express myself and to also have something to do for my community. So when I created this business, I know right there that this is something I'm really connected with naturally. Everybody can be in the office, but I just love to create something for the women, for the men in the future. But right now, I've started with my hair skin product. It's called Double Crown Hair Care Product, and the next one is going to be the skincare, the makeup brand, and I'm just taking everything one step at a time. So today I have the opportunity to come here to showcase my brand. I want you guys to come to the outside over there, just check it out to see what I have. I have 8 lines I've created. These products are being created with natural products, and they are really good. These products are created to help women to grow better hair, to grow better hair follicles. So. I want you all to check it out. I hope you like it, and I will go from there. I really appreciate your kind purchase if you want to. Maybe you can also do that online if you want to, but please help me to check out my brand. I'm hoping for the best, and I know the future is bright for me. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. All right. Okay, so we're just waiting for the moderator to get online. And so the moderator will be Miss Sheila Edmondson. She's also recently pivoted. She's an actress, And I would say that Sheila is a very creative individual. I've known her for, over 30-something years. We've been friends. And she, I remember when we were in New York auditioning together. The one thing about Sheila, she was not a gatekeeper. A lot of actresses do not share their auditions. They do not tell you about what's going on. They don't, listen, man, they guard those with their lives. Sheila had an agent, so she got the better casting jobs, right? Or the better casting notices. And she'd be like, oh girl, I got this Levi commercial, and you should crash. Because back in the days, that's what we called it, crashing the audition. So I would go with her to her auditions, and she would tell me about different things, because she had been in it for a minute. And she's always been that generous in who she is and what she did for others. And she helped a lot of people in New York City as we ran around. And I remember my final year of kind of living that artist life, which I go into my workshop, but we didn't do it, so we'll get that next time. It was 2020. It was 2001. It was the summer of 2001, before the crash. And Sheila, myself, and another young lady, we were running Harlem. Every night there was something to do. And we were just, my son was with his grandma in Florida, so I was free as a bird in the tree. And I was just running Harlem. And at the end of that summer, I was like, okay. Because, let me back up. I had a job. I was working. And one day I sat at that computer, because they were like annoying me, because it was one of these sales jobs. And I thought I was doing well, but they want you to just stay on the phone for 5 minutes and make a sale. I stay on the phone for 20 minutes, I don't make a sale, but they call back and buy, right? And they buy everything. But that wasn't good enough for them. They wanted the sale right away. So one day I went in and I sat at the computer and I said, okay, this is not it. And I went to lunch and I met Sheila for lunch. And we went to, in New York, in 6th Avenue in East Village, it was like Indian restaurants everywhere. And it was cheap, so you could eat a great big meal for like no money. So we went to the restaurant and I had my lunch and I was like, yeah, I'm not going back. And I did not return. So that was the summer, and then I got my unemployment and I was partying the whole summer. So at the end of the summer, I was like, what is this? I mean, yeah, I was acting, but I wasn't really, making any money. So can I really call myself an actor? So I went into that mode, right? Can I really call myself an actor? Am I, I did all that. Because I wasn't making any money, I wasn't doing, and I was like, you know what, I've got a child, I really got to do something. My heart has always been with helping people, being an advocate. So I was like, you know what, I'm going to law school. Looked at Sheila like, I'm going to law school. She's like, girl, really, word? And after that, I just went and started. I had no money, no credit, no way of getting, it was all God, right? It was just ordained, because I was like, I'm going, and I entered law school in 2003 and graduated, so that was a good thing. But then I went, that's not it either. And here I am today doing this, and this is what I love, my heart for this. So I say all that to say that Sheila and I go way back, and Sheila recently left her corporate job and started her own company. So this is why she's moderating this panel. She started a strategic company where she helps people get grants, and because she worked with grants and government and banking systems and banking and all of that. So Sheila is the person you talk about for like minority-owned businesses and getting women grants for women-owned businesses and things of that nature, because that is what she did. So I'm
seeing if she's online. Let me just make sure. And then I'll pass it over to, Michelle, I'm gonna pass it over to you, so you can then let us know when Sheila comes in. Okay. Oh, yeah, let me, so we'll introduce the panel. You know what, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna have you guys, until Sheila comes, because then, you know, we can have, there we go. Okay, so Michelle, are you there? It doesn't look like Michelle's there. She's probably coming back online shortly. Okay, who has a funny quit their job story? Who's got a great quit their job story? That was mine, I didn't go back. Oh, and I did tell them that I had a breakdown. I said, because they were asking me why, you know, and in order for me to get my unemployment and stuff, if you quit, you don't get unemployment, right? So I told them I had my, oh, this is bad. I had my mother call them and tell them that I had a breakdown. My mom, you know, in some ways, my mom is ride or die, right? My mom was not on this acting thing. She did not, she was in my ear every single day about law school, every single day. She did not like me acting. But what she did do was support me, like calling my job and telling them I had a mental breakdown. And then when I did my very first show in New York at the South Oxford Tennis Club, my mother actually called Oprah Winfrey and told her, hey, my daughter's doing a show. You need to support her. And they were like, yeah, no. But she called them, right? She wrote a letter and she called. So my mom is ride or die in some ways, you know, but yeah, so she did hold me down on that one. And I did get my unemployment. Anybody else have a good quit their job story?
I mean, I don't know how good it was. Good for me because I'm here right now as the CEO of my own company. So for me, I was in the corporate space for a very long time. I was that person that wanted to climb that corporate ladder. I was in the beauty industry. I was in higher education. And in my last position, I went through some medical issues. And the medical issues caused me to have to take time off of work so that I can deal with having an emergency total abdominal hysterectomy. Yes, having a total abdominal hysterectomy. And in that time, as I was going through that, I was meditating and I just kept hearing Spirit just say, it's time for you to step out on your own. But there was a slight fear. If I walk away from my job that's so-called safe and that's protected, that I can rely on, what will that mean? And so, but I still meditated and my business name came up to where it was like be elevated, live life, live it. It was that all these things were just, these messages were happening. And I was taken off of work for a period of time, and then I had where they released me to go back to work. By the time I was going back to work, every single solitary morning as I went to go back and work, every time I tried to walk into the building, I would start sneezing. My body would just be like, oh, why is it so cold in here? It was like everything was just off. Nothing seemed in alignment, everything just felt off. And so I started feeling like these headaches and things. And this was happening for about a week. And so I went to my doctor. I said, well, I don't know if this is normal for after recovering from a hysterectomy, a total abdominal hysterectomy. And my doctor at that time looked at me, he said, no, it's not normal. You're just not supposed to be there.
Allergic to work.
Right. He said, you're literally allergic to your job. He's like, you're not, he said, I knew from the moment I met you that you were meant to do something more. And so I encourage you to take that moment and think about it. And he said, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take you off of work. He took me off of work and I never went back. That was in 2017. And in that moment, I really sat with all the messages and everything that came to me about starting my business. I got online, I knew nothing about designing a website, but I was like, okay, I see GoDaddy ads everywhere and there's a template. And I'm pretty smart, so I think I can follow a template and just get this launched. And that's what I did. And then I went on, what do you call it, Fiverr, had somebody design my logo for $10. Started off with that, and I just moved with it. And the business that I started in 2017 evolved to where it is now. And I can honestly say, like, that was a transition that really just brought me into this space of being the CEO of my company. So that was the way that it happened for me. And because my doctor took me off again, I was able to continue to receive disability for a short period of time. And that helped me to be able to really get my business into alignment.
Okay, so now we're just gonna welcome Sheila Edmondson. Sheila, I told them all our Harlem running the street stories.
Oh my goodness.
I told them. So.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. As Michelle said, we have been through the trenches together of New York as artists many years ago, and I'm so proud to see her still forging forward. As the sister in the yellow said, I'm recently leaving corporate America due to the stress and the toxicity of environments, which pushed me out to restart my entrepreneurial journey. So I'm really, really happy to be here today.
Okay.
Well, we're happy to have you.
So as we said, Sheila is our moderator for this panel. So Sheila, take it over. You got it. This is you now.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm honored to be here to help facilitate today's conversation. As we've been discussing, this panel is for many of us in midlife, many of us who are rooted in the arts and looking to launch businesses, consulting projects or passion projects. I come firsthand from the business environment. For many years, I served as a business consultant for businesses in the Washington, D.C. area that were looking to do business with the federal, state, and local governments. Also, I've served as vice president of business banking for a regional bank here on the East Coast. But my love and my passion is the arts. So recently I have come together to merge those industries into my passion project, which is SME Strategic Solutions. So today I just would like to have a conversation with the fabulous panel that's here today to share their lessons, resources, and inspiration on their journey on this path. So I think I heard some of you mention what made you leap into entrepreneurship and what was the mindset shift that was most important. Anyone that would be interested in taking that question? Or if anyone has any specific resources that people could utilize in order to start their business. I know in the industry that I worked in, which was government contracting, which I saw a huge boom during the pandemic with online coaches and experts in government contracting, I would recommend SCORE, which is a small business administration program, as well as the Apex Accelerator, if you're looking to specifically pursue government contracting. I've heard that several of our panelists are into affiliate marketing, and if anyone would like to speak on that and why that is or possibly could be a productive choice for those who are looking to become entrepreneurial?
Yes, I was going to speak on that. My name is Kellyanne Chippendale, like the dancers, the chipmunks, and the fine furniture. And I began my journey with MLM, multi-level marketing, I guess over the last 10, 15 years. And I finally found my home in one that is the only kind. It's not candles, it's not Pampered Chef, it's not shakes, it's actually activation. So I've never been part of a company that is the creator of the category. And so I left actually the whole workforce when I was injured. I was substitute teaching. I'm an actress, filmmaker, and I was a teacher. And that's the thing that really shifted me, because I've never seen a company creator of what this company is, which activates all your natural pathways instead of supplementing them. It actually activates the pathway to open. So that was really groundbreaking for me, because it gave me my health back after 3 years of not being able to walk or work. So yeah, I'm excited. And it's on the NASDAQ, so it's transparent to everyone. They give you a disclosure statement of how much money and how much earnings you can make. And Forbes magazine just declared that MLM marketing over 2 to 5 years is the most lucrative besides professional athletes to make money in the world. So I was like, ooh, I can hang in there. I've been in LA for 10 years doing acting and comedy. So anything's possible. Yeah, and I'm starting to generate income, and I have a co-CEOs that I could draw on. I'm not always by myself, so it's really powerful. Thank you.
I'm Angela Green, and my entrepreneurial journey actually started in the back of the classroom when my mother was going to school to be a cosmetologist after she got laid off. Okay, but I went on to obtain an undergraduate degree from the University of Southern California, worked for Universal Studios, so I really came out the gate with all of these corporate goals, climbing the corporate ladder, went back to school for my master's in business administration, and landed with some top 100 Fortune 500 companies, Fortune 100 companies, including Taco Bell restaurants. I'll take y'all back to Blockbuster, Mervyn's, and served in a number of regional roles. AT&T retail stores, yeah, I'm taking you back, right? AT&T retail stores at the height of iPhone, so lots of really exciting and amazing opportunities in the corporate space. I take nothing from that journey. However, I always knew there was something else. I did experience a burnout period as I was trying to conceive. I really desired to have children. I have an amazing 20-year-old healthy son. His name is Derek, and he's just everything. So I'm really happy to be a mom, and I'm really thankful for that journey as well. But I always knew there was something more that I wanted to do with where that plant seed had been planted so many years prior. So fast forward to 2023, was laid off from a talent acquisition management role in the tech industry, and I didn't want to be laid off at that time. That was not my plan. My plan was actually to move to another state. I'd stacked up a lot of money, really done all these things, but little did I know that transition would actually be from, climbing the corporate ladder to creating something of my own. So I leaned into what I knew I had already. Thankfully, I built an amazing network of men and women in the skincare industry by keeping my fingers and toes and touching it from time to time as often as I could, working full-time, trade shows, individual training, group training, all these things. So I never let go of it, but it's something that is really near and dear to me, and it really exercises more of my, I would say, right brain activity or left brain? What's the creative side? Right. I'm still trying to figure it out. Okay? My default is very corporate, very, yes, definitely, analytical, all the things, operations, how does it work? Right. But I need to lean more into my creative energy, and having been an esthetician, been licensed in the state of California for 20 years, I always had that, but now it's front and center. Really quickly, I went through a number of health crises as that transition was taking place. scheduled for hysterectomy on October 21st. And it's been quite the journey. I have really had to slow down and listen to my body. I'd like to speak just really quickly on the affiliate marketing piece. One of my streams of income is supporting affiliate marketing in the social media space. A lot of time is dedicated to TikTok with an up-and-coming personal care brand. We've done phenomenal numbers, and so I support the affiliate marketing, and I'm the digital community manager for that role. And we are also looking to expand that to other social media platforms. So affiliate marketing is amazing, especially in the digital space. And that's what I can speak to because I'm in it on a day-to-day basis. However, I would encourage individuals to have a specific product or service that they actually have, that is their own, is their brand. It is your personal brand. And if you have space for a tangible product for consumers to buy, I would really say start there or have that in development with a definite timeline to launch, because this is what happens. Companies change, inventory changes, tariffs are charged. Those companies can change at any point in time. They can discontinue a product, and you don't want that to necessarily be the only thing you have available. But again, that's in the digital space. So I'm sure we'll have more questions about digital marketing and affiliate marketing in that space, and I'm happy to answer those. Thank you for the time.
Okay, so just to kind of expand a little bit more on my story and my journey, I am Empress Angelique. I am the visionary founder and CEO of the Elevated Holistic Wellbeing, as well as Life Alchemy Coaching Academy. I have had the Elevated business since 2017 when I stepped away from corporate. My corporate life was one of those things. I was in the beauty industry for many years. I was a hairstylist. I was a co-owner in a hair salon. I did trade shows and all the things. My kids were in the salon with me watching what I was doing, and I thought that was going to be my journey. And then I also went in, but then I shifted and went into, it was still the beauty industry, but I shifted away from being a hairstylist into the corporate side, because I saw that, man, I am really good at the corporate side. I want to learn more about this, and that's what prompted me to get my bachelor's degree in marketing. I have my MBA with the emphasis in strategic operations, the second master's in forensic psychology, and a lifelong student. But when I shifted away from being a hairstylist, I started working in the beauty industry itself. And I always had the idea that I'm gonna work for L'Oreal one day. That's who I want to work for, because I love the way that they did business, and I love when I would work with the people in the back end, the product line, because you'd be surprised at how many products, hair care products, L'Oreal owns. And when I found out the products that they own, it's like, wow, okay, I want to work for this company, but that's when I had to get my bachelor's degree. Fast forward to stepping away from that and moving into that, then I moved into direct sales and working on the corporate side. So I worked for a company called Jaffa Cosmetics. And they're located here in California in Westlake. That's their corporate office, but they are global. I've always been in affiliate marketing, network marketing, direct sales, whatever name that you want to give it. I've been in that from years on. And I do believe in having multiple streams of income, and then how viable of an income affiliate marketing, direct sales, or MLL can be for many people. Because when I worked on the corporate side of Jaffa Cosmetics, I was over 13 states, and I got to witness firsthand women, a lot of them in their midlife, stepping into this and stepping into their being a business owner, and the pride that they had, and the shift that happened within their belief in themselves, the shift in their income, the shift in just the way that they saw life in that cycle of life. And so there's a lot that can be done in that. There's so much more, and I could talk, but I want to honor everyone on this panel, so I'm gonna pass it on.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Lane Rodriguez, and I second the fact that we have to continuously think about bringing in income in different ways. I've been in small business since I was a kid. I grew up at the swap meet. I grew up selling all kinds of things from my family, from my uncles. running errands so I could, cash in on the change after running an errand. Yeah, if you guys, all of you that have grown up with siblings, you guys know this is like a thing we do at home, right? But I went into small business very young, I was 13 when my uncle got a taco shop, and so I was working on the weekends, working the register, and then I started waitressing. And essentially grew up in a small business and eventually decided to go to school for business. And in college, I decided to start a nonprofit because, I don't know, I just thought helping the world would be a good idea, right? And so, but what did I know at college? Like nothing. I mean, I still don't know very much, but I'm here to share with you guys the things that I do know, which is I started a nonprofit here in South LA. It's been around for almost 10 years now. I was running that for about 3 years, was now very successful at it, and I realized I should probably learn how to run a nonprofit. Because, doing good is one thing, but raising money, getting contracts, working in partnerships, no one teaches you any of these things, right? And then also me being, a kid from a public school, I went to PCC, I went to Cal State LA, didn't have really the connections that you need in order to raise the money for a nonprofit. So I actually left and went to work in corporate. And that was actually my only corporate job I ever had. I ran a tech incubator for about 4 years until the pandemic hit, in which we were working under a program for the Small Business Administration. So I have a lot of resources that are available for entrepreneurs. And in that process, I went from being a coordinator, which is like the bottom of the totem pole, it was my first job, all the way to being a director. I went from scheduling meetings to running grants and talking to funders, right? And I think at the peak of my interim director career, I raised almost $5 million in 7 weeks or something like that, right? And I transitioned out because once the interim position was over and the official position was posted, I was not given an interview. And I was told that I had risen too fast. That in the, going from a junior position to a senior position in a span of 8 months was too fast. And so then I said, well, then I don't know what I'm doing here. So I left. And talk about the epitome of leaving. I walked in on a Tuesday and I said, Friday will be my last day. Thank you for the opportunity. And everybody was like, what are you going to do? And I said, I don't know, but I have a lot of PTO because I have been working my off, right? Packed up my stuff. I went to Hawaii and cried out for a couple days. And then I was like, let's figure out what's next. Became a consultant after that. And so here we are 4 years later. It was interesting because as soon as I came back to California, I had $1 million grant waiting for me that I had applied for right before I left. So talk about how things kind of work out, right? And they were like, oh, this was your idea from when you were a student. I had talked to a professor when I was a student about how I would change things at the collegiate level or at the college level if I had the opportunity. And they had written a grant based on that idea, and then we got the money, and they were like, what was your idea? And I was like, I was just venting about something that was not working. And so a lot of times that's kind of how it happens, right? Like you come up with these things and you're like, I wish it could be differently. I wish it could be, I would do things differently. And so 4 years later, I'm the executive director for LEAF, Los Angeles Economic Equity Accelerator Fellowship, and we run programs for entrepreneurs.
And I'm a part of LEAF, that's how we
Yes. So we run academies that are open enrollment and are accessible for the community. We also run accelerators on different topics. So how to access capital, how to get into contracts. We run accelerators on how to get into brick and mortars, how to get into the retail space if that's what you're thinking about doing. We do talk a lot about affiliate marketing and partnerships and all of that kind of work. So resources left and right. And then now we also do a lot of policy work. So over the last 8 weeks, we've been doing policy work on the impact that, for example, the immigration enforcement has had on our communities, right? We've seen a lot of decreased foot traffic. We've seen a lot of folks kind of struggling because it's not just about those that are directly affected, but also the businesses that are in the communities, right, where folks are afraid of going out. So we do have a grant that's going to be opening up tomorrow. For those that have been affected, you can apply for it so you can get money for your business. And that's all to say that, sometimes you just get an idea and I will say the first year I was like, I don't know what I'm doing. 4 years in, I still don't know what I'm doing, but I know a lot of the things I know how to do a lot of things well. And that's okay. That's the journey of an entrepreneur.
Peace and deal. My name is Rashawn Hahn, and it's my wonderful wife, Piper. Entrepreneurship, affiliate marketing. I saw teenagers making money online, and I said, I know that. I know that, right? We own a coffee company, a mushroom coffee company. I had thought about affiliate marketing and affiliate. I personally, I wanted to own something. I wanted to say, here's something, here's my child, right? So we started Smart Coffee. In addition to that, I'm an actor. We've been in California doing a thing. We also have an app. I worked with a lady that said, you know what, I want to retire when I have 7 income streams, making $1 million. That's when I feel like I'm just quit. Something about that resonated with me. Like, do I want 7? That's a lot of work. But however, if I'm able to put my hands on something, mold it, learn it, grow it, share it, or let it go, that's what motivates me. Midlife crisis and all that kind of stuff, yeah, been there, I'm here now. What I can share is that it's nothing like having your own. Talk about marketing online, like Airbnb, having property, right? Income coming in and coming out. I don't have much to say. This is for the ladies. So I'm gonna keep it there.
Back to you, Sheila.
Back to you, Sheila. It's back to you.
Hello. Yes, I wanted to ask the panelists on that spoke about her her entrepreneurial business, and I would like to ask: are you located outside of the LA area or only in LA?
Yeah, we're an LA County based organization, because as you know, LA County is a beast. But we do have a lot of partners in other areas. So we are part of a national cohort. So we have partners in DC, we have partners in New York, we have partners in Northern California. So wherever you are, or anybody that's watching us, you can always reach out to us, and we do have a network of folks that can help in other areas.
I'm sorry, and what is the name of the organization?
Leaf. So I'm with Leaf, and you guys, Leaf.LA is easy. LEEAF.LA.
Awesome, thank you. It sounds very familiar to the small business development centers with the Small Business Administration. So that's amazing. If you're interested in starting your business, whether it be home-based or a brick and mortar, organizations like Leaf are very beneficial. Okay. Also, I heard the gentleman mention the mushroom coffee. And as actors, we go through so much, and a lot of us are looking for natural remedies and products. Just a little bit more about how you use the mushroom coffee as a natural healing herb.
Well, I love coffee, right? I love coffee, and at one time I drank a lot of coffee, but what I noticed is that it tears up my nerves. It's a jam, it's the crash, right? So if you're gonna sell something, you gotta sell something with your body, right? So, you know, the affiliate, if you love beauty and you're gorgeous, you're gonna sell that because it's innate, it's natural for you. I love coffee. So at the time, because I'm into film, right, I'm working with some Amazonians. It's a husband and wife team, right? The husband made 250, the wife made 150. The wife sold everything under the sun. The husband sold 2 things, coffee and chocolate, right? So I'm like, I saw the woman's house and it was a lot, right? I said, I don't want to do that. I want to sell something I like. So I went with coffee. So mushrooms, right, is hot. It's hot. So if I'm going to sell something, I don't want to be just another one up there, right? That means I got to market more. I got to do this. I have to have a niche. So mushroom coffee is a booming industry. I like it because it calms my nerves. It's brain health. It's gut health. And in addition, people, my barrier to entry was under $15,000. So that means I got 1,200 bags of coffee, mushroom coffee. I started a website, and it was up to me from that point to go out there and sell it. It's mine. The barrier to entry, which I have the resources, just FYI, the barrier to entry was so low, right? And it matched with my energy that, okay, well, it's gut health, it's brain health. People, they come back regular. I feel good. They feel good. I think this is a no-brainer business for me. Did I answer the question properly?
Well, I would like to ask the panel, this is for anyone to answer. As I mentioned before, LEAF is a great organization. And as I mentioned, it sounds similar to some of the other government-funded organizations that are out to educate small business owners. And there's so many people online, and I know everyone's seen them. They're an expert in affiliate marketing, an expert in digital marketing, an expert in just about everything, and they're online. And you're wondering where to go for information that is accurate and can actually help you scale and grow your business. Can anyone on the panel recommend where, or just offer suggestions on where they were able to find mentors or guides within their particular industry to help guide them along the way on their business journey?
I think that's a really great question to ask, because a lot of times when we start our entrepreneurial journey, we think we have to figure it out on our own. No matter what industry you're in, no matter what endeavor you start, whatever project that is, having a mentor or a team of mentors that can support you in your journey is vitally important. And what I mean by a team of mentors, there are those who have specializations in certain areas where that is their zone of genius. And when they're in that zone of genius, they're able to support you to be able to move your business forward. For me, when I started my business, I came out of corporate. And so, but I've always been an entrepreneur since I was 8. I saw my grandmother run things. I relate to the swap meet. We used to go to the Rodeo swap meet, and I would, at 8, lay out my little rug, and all I wanted were some Chico sticks and some Now Laters from the local liquor store down the street. But it had always been in my genes to do that. So I watched and I've seen my grandmother had her own business and then moved into the medical industry. My stepdad had a plethora of businesses where he owned a chain of laundromats. He owned a security company and all these things. So I went to him when I knew that I had questions about, okay, how do I do this? And what I did is I went to those who I knew first and foremost that were successful in running their business. And then I went to looking for mentors online. And I went through the SCORE program, through the SBA. SCORE really was beneficial and helped me tremendously with being able to fine tune what it was that I was doing, because here's one of the things I know for sure. There's two brains. There's the corporate brain where you're working and you're in that job, and then there's the entrepreneurial brain. You have to shift from that corporate job brain to run your business. If you try to run your business as an entrepreneur with the same mindset that you were doing in your job, it's not going to bring you forward the way that it could, because you're used to thinking about tasks being given to you, a description being given to you, all of these things being given to you. When you're an entrepreneur, you have to wear all the hats. You have to figure out the operations, the marketing, you have to figure out the accounting, you figuring out all of these things while also still like, I have this idea, this vision, and I want to bring it forth. So you want to be able to get mentors so that you don't step outside of your zone of genius. And that is the passion project that you brought forth, the business that you brought forward, so you can stay in that and dilute yourself by trying to learn everything. You don't have to. There's too many resources out there for you. So I went in and I also joined Hello Alice. Hello Alice is a tremendous resource for a lot of things, for grants, for consulting, for websites, for all the things. And then I went to those in my industry. I went online and I pulled up like, who are the top in my industry? And let me see what do they have to offer so that I can learn from them or hire them if I can. And so these are some of the things in which you can do. And I would highly recommend that as an entrepreneur. I've been running my business since 2000, so this part of my business since 2017. And I have mentors, and I have a mentor now. I'm a mentor to other up and coming business owners and entrepreneurs, where I help them, especially if you are in the wellness space. I can help you be able to know how to structure your business, how to format it, what are some of the things that you can do, how do you get the funding that you need, what are the resources that you can step into, what incubator programs can you align yourself with that can teach you the things that you need to know so that you can really run a viable business and be able to scale it. And ask yourself, is the business I have and the idea I have, is it something that I can scale, or is it something that is meant for just this one thing? So mentors help you to be able to understand the difference in your business and how to expand it. So hopefully that helped.
Hello. If anyone has any questions, please either unmute and ask your question, or if anyone present has questions.
We have a live question.
There's a live question.
So, coffee.
Oh. Hello.
Hi. When we were talking outside, you talked about having your, like, partnering with a grocer and expanding your business. How did you go from acquiring the product to moving it to expanding it to have your own roast and producing this?
So the idea of selling coffee came from Amazon, right? And I'm going to give it up to the Most High, because when I set my mind and I dial into something, I'm like, oh, this feels right, right? So there's a thing about manifestation, right? We're clear,
yes.
Right?
Yes.
When that energy comes in and we feel it and we tap into it, the energy revolves around us. The universe revolves around us. So it was one thing after another for me. And I'll tell you how weird it was, right? I come back from meeting with the couple. Like, great, okay, so no, I'm selling coffee. The idea, I'm selling coffee. Mushroom coffee now. What's next, Rashawn? Okay, parking my car. Hi, neighbor. Hey, where you coming from? Oh, you're coming from the swap meet. Oh, you're selling books and stuff with your wife. Your wife's on Amazon. So yeah, I just work with the Amazon. But what are you selling? What is that, coffee? Ginseng coffee. That's yours? Wait, your friend made that for you? Really? Can I talk to your friend, please? You do mushroom coffee. Imagine that. Why, thank you. Thank you for listening. So one step led to another. It resonated. I meditated. The universe reacted, and I stepped to the plate. So to answer your question, well, I had a master roaster that mentored me, right? So now, for me, and sharing the opportunity of having your own mushroom coffee is simple. Because I got the man, right? He let me do what my brain said. No, I see all these other mushroom coffees. They got 15 different mushrooms in it, and they taste terrible. I don't want to do all that. I just want to be focused, right? So our recipe was specific. So.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, hi, I have a question. So, I'm a cosmetologist and I really want to expand what I do from not only behind the chair, but also having that income that's coming in while I'm sleeping. And I think my biggest issue that I've had just outside of using my hands to make money is the resources. You gatekeeping are not willing to say how I can, get these resources to do the other things that I would like to do for my company. So I wanted to ask you, I know that you said one was the Hello Alex in the Neat, and there was one other place that you said that you went to get like resources and stuff.
SCORE, which is through the SBA. But I've gone through a lot of different programs. So I also went through TNC Capital, which they had an incubator program that taught about finance. And at the end of that program, they then set me up on a $2,500 commercial Visa card so that I can jumpstart or expand my business credit. So there are a lot of resources out there, especially for women. There are resources for startups. There are resources in which you can understand a little bit more about what you have. So grants, microloans, incubator programs that usually have some type of financial resource that goes along with it after you complete the work. Being someone that's in the beauty industry and being a cosmetologist, there are so many avenues in which you can do this step away from being behind the chair. I know what that's like. I stood behind the chair for many, many years before I stepped into the corporate side, doing the trade shows, standing on the stages. I'm dating myself, so we were using Marcel irons and developing carpal tunnel and having to really shift outside of doing hair behind the chair. And when I was a co-owner in the salon, I didn't know anything about business. I knew hair. And so I had to really learn what it meant to run the business, run the salon versus just doing, because I had the salon, but I was still stuck behind the chair. I was still a slave behind the chair. And what I started doing is I took this program, and this program taught me about the front of the house and the back of the house, and how to structure the salon in a way that allowed me to be profitable. A lot of salons tend to run in the red, and they also run on burnout, and they run on a lot of things because the owner is typically always behind the chair, and they're trying to rent out the booths, but you have no control over who's renting the booths and what their hours are, because technically they're independent contractors in your salon. So they can have whatever hours they want, and so you have to think about a lot of things. So the first thing that I want you to get clear on is, what is it that you do really well? How do you want to expand your business? What is it that you're most passionate about? And then be able to put together a plan of action of where the resources, setting the intention for the resources in which you need. Because I want to ask you, it's like, I want to go into coaching mode, but so being a cosmetologist, you say you want to expand. sometimes what happens, we try to jump the gun and we don't get into our why and what it is specifically that we want to do. What is it that you want to expand on?
So I specialize in wigs, and
Okay.
I already started doing hair for cancer patients, but I want to expand that. Right now, I'm working with a nonprofit organization, but that's something that I want to do on my own. I want to be able to supply more into that industry, but also be successful and make money.
It's possible. When there's a will, there's a way. And when you call upon to the universe and you set the intention for these are the things you want to receive, it then follows up. I have a really good friend that makes wigs, and she specifically was making wigs for patients that have gone through some type of disorder and helping them feel beautiful and more alive. I can connect you with her to see about mentorship in that arena. She's a Emmy-winning award stylist. Like, she's been in the industry and she's been doing things for many, many years. Since I know that that's what you are looking into, I would really think about, since that's your niche, how does that look and what does that look like for yourself? And then start creating your business plan. If you don't have a business plan, create your business plan. That means, what is the vision of your business? What is your mission that you want to accomplish? You know who your target audience is, and begin to see, how do you get to that target audience? Where do they go? What do they look like? I would utilize social media to be able to show people that you make these specifically for those who are struggling with different things. And it's not limited to cancer patients. It's also people who go through alopecia. It's people who go through different type of stress disorders that creates their hair to start falling out. It's for people who are in midlife and their hair starts to thin and they've had this beautiful crown and like, well, what do I do? You can then start educating them in that arena. If you have something.
Thank you. I'd like to also highlight another local resource. I recently completed Beauty in the Biz. It is through the VDEC, Vermont Slauson Economic Development Corporation. And I come from a very corporate background, and your words regarding thinking like someone who works in corporate versus someone who is an entrepreneur, this program helped me shift a lot of those mindsets. And I'm still in the process of learning and growing. Think about what you want your ideal day to look like, from the time you wake up to the time you lay it down. And those are the things that are going to bring you joy. Those are the, especially when you actually do it. Plan for your social media content. Be fairly consistent with that. If consistency is once a week, let it be once a week. Batch your content. That way you have something to post each day of the week. But I would highly recommend the Beauty in the Biz cohort. It is led by Melissa Hibbert, which those in the beauty industry know who she is. I fangirl for the first 3 weeks. But it was an amazing experience. And again, I took so much from that, and the resources are still coming. Actually, I rush right now. No, but I committed to be here for us, but it's a great resource. You won the gift set for me, so we'll be communicating, and I would love to give you more information on that and make sure that connection happens for you as well, to really focus on the business aspect.
So there's also 6 key components to a successful business, right? You need to first start with your company, right? So if you're starting your company, you're wearing all the hats, right? You're only one person, right? And then if you need to enroll other people to do things, you have to pay them. So that gets tiring after a while, right? The next one is timing, right? The timing in the world of what's happening, like, is it viable, right? I know that you say you work with cancer, like, I started a nonprofit like in 2006 to help children who survive cancer pay their menopause. I ran its course and I loved doing the work, but I'm still wearing all the hats, marketing, business. The trends, what's trending in the world. I love the mushroom coffee, that's awesome, it's trending. and yeah, just, you know, the physical, natural products, and like also supporting people who are doing business. But the products have to be like awesome, right? Because we're gazillions of people out there. Everyone's starting their own business, especially with the internet that's going on. So you have to have like viable, proven stuff that works, right? And then compensation, like how are you getting paid? You could do like 8,000 hours a week, but like if you're not selling your product, you're not making money, right? So that's like, and then like a system is set up so that you can actually see a proven track record of what I need to do on a consistent basis. And that also includes like conversations with people, and also have like, in the one-on-one, why I chose that is because I have co-CEOs, and I have like co-CEOs from my Wharton School of Business making like 25,000 a month. I have another co-CEO who's making 14 million a month. Like that's like crazy numbers, because like the trend of activation, like no one else has it. And so like if you think about, if you have like you're an employee, like I was a teacher in the school system for 17 years. I have my master's in education, but like every day, like in June, I was like, I can't wait for summer, because how much can you generate as a teacher, right? And although I love kids and I love to give back, it's still draining. 17 years, I was like, okay, I'm ready. That's when I quit and moved to Los Angeles. But like, if you're also self-employed, you're like, you know, doing all that social media content, all that crazy stuff, right? If you're an investor, this is from Robert Kiyosaki's Rich Dad Poor Dad book. If you're an investor and you have 250,000 to play with, and you could be like, hey, let's put it here, let's put it here, you know. And then the last one is like business owner, but you own a business that you have a system and people work with and for you. So it's not like everything, like you're actually having teamwork, you're having conversations. This company that I'm in right now, I do everything from my phone because I have the amazing distribution center. So I have my business, like Rashawn, he was saying, it's mine, right? It's Healthy X Squared at Life Vantage. But Life Vantage is my distribution center of a product that no one else has. So I love to have a conversation with you, because there is proven studies on Protandim, which is what the National Institute of Health uses for all medical studies, about how this product works for people with cancer. And like our products, we take it to make our systems open. No other company does. So that's kind of what made me say, yes, I can do affiliate marketing, right? I tried it like 10 times. So like I believe in leveraged income, because I don't want to go to a box. I don't want to make other people's dreams come true. And I want to have creative freedom to make my film called Listen Your World, so that we can listen to what we want to do and that everyone can be happy and have their joy. So thank you.
Back to you, Sheila.
Thank you so much, everyone, for your insight and your participation. Just from my background in business and coaching small businesses, I heard so many wonderful recommendations on the panel. One thing to really think, well, several things to think about if you're thinking about starting a business is to, one, as I heard mentioned several times, focus on something that you really enjoy, where your work doesn't feel like work. It's more of a passion. That's what I've found since I've left corporate. When before I would come home, I was exhausted. I couldn't think to open my work laptop not one more second. But now, working for myself, supporting my customers, it's difficult for me to turn it off, because it's my passion, and my passion is to help others grow. Think about your financing budget, your roadmap to your business, how your business starts, how your business scales, what does the end of your business look like? And that would be a business plan. And there are organizations out there like the Small Business Development Center. The Small Business Development Center, they're in every state. They're federally funded, and they are similar to our panelists' organization to provide assistance. And I would recommend reaching out to her or a Small Business Development Center if you're looking for assistance in structuring your business. What do you want to be a sole proprietor? Would you like to be an LLC? Should you be an LLP? Should you be an S corp, a C corp? So it would be very beneficial to utilize the state funded, federally funded resources out there to show you how to move forward in your business when you identify what it may be. Also, understanding the importance of your own personal credit when it comes to your business credit. Many people, when they launch their businesses, don't understand that your personal credit initially will be very strongly tied to your business credit. So if you're having challenges with your personal credit, that may be something also that one of the organizations can assist with when it comes to, developing business banking relationships. And another recommendation for a resource that many people don't think of is developing a very strong relationship with your business bank. I wouldn't always recommend forming a relationship with the bank where you do your personal banking, because that bank may not be the bank for a small business relationship. But do understand that it's very important to vet your bank, develop a business banking relationship. That doesn't mean just going into, oh, I know the teller. No, understand who the business banker is. Trust me, there are lots of resources that your bank has for small businesses that you may not know of. Also, I am a small business counselor. Please check me out on IG with the underscore small underscore business underscore starter on Instagram, and that's the small business starter. But one thing about it, it's everyone's path to small business is different. And as an artist, it is, I think that it's almost necessary to have alternate streams of revenue other than reliant on your arts revenue, as not to, I don't want to say contaminate, but influence the way that you create, when you don't have to rely on your art to make your revenue or to finance your life. I find that it makes it a lot easier to create truth and pure content, what I really want to create, because I don't have to rely on a funding source that has say so in what I'm trying to create. So I applaud everyone on the stage today. Thank you for participating. Thank you for sharing your story and your journey. If there's anything else that you would like to say, maybe one quick statement or anything that you would like to share with other entrepreneurs, creative artists that are looking to create streams of revenue, please share one quick statement with our audience.
So one of the things I would say is be in alignment with the vision that you have set for your business. And I do want to preface one of the things, because an important thing was brought up, and that's about your personal credit. How you do your own personal business and finances and budget is absolutely the way that you're going to run your business. You have to start with yourself first and foremost. Get yourself into alignment with you're clear in your personal finances, you're clear in your vision, you're clear in those things, so that as you are building out your business, you can then build out business credit and everything that is great for you. The other thing is really think about where you're at financially, where you're at emotionally, mentally, spiritually, where you're at, so that you know how to align yourself to the right format for your business. If it's a sole proprietor DBA, or if it's the route of an LLC, if it's the route of an LLP, understanding the differences, which is why SCORE was so vitally important. In this way, you know how to start. You don't want to bring yourself and start your business in debt. I see this happen too often with starting entrepreneurs where they put themselves in debt, acquiring all of these loans. And they're like, oh, but my business is gonna do this, this, and this with the expectation, but then they don't make the revenue that they think that they're gonna make, and they're sitting with all of these loans. So being very careful about and being mindful about how much and what you're going for. Try to go for the grants, get into an incubator program, get under the mentorship, utilize the free resources that are out there afforded to you and available to you so that you can start with a foundation that is solid, both mentally, emotionally, spiritually, as well as financially, so that you don't bring yourself into a space of where you have to close down or walk away or try to go back to a JOB or whatever that may be. So just being sure that you have the right structure in place and the right mindset in place for you to be able to move forward.
Thank you so much. Anyone else?
I think everyone should answer that question. Everyone take impart their wisdom, and then I'm gonna.
Yeah, I would say be present, be in the experience of it. A lot of times we set the goals, we see the things happening, even for ourselves, and especially for other people, we see what's out there, what's possible, but there's a lot of power in the process. Being present, when you feel overwhelmed, stop, take a breath. You don't have to figure it out in one day, 1 week, 1 month, it could take years, and that's okay. But be present and take the pause when you need it, and understand that it's all a process.
Another thing to say, connect to other people to see how they're doing. It's not just about your business and what you're up to, it's about what they're up to, and so that you're not just like calling someone and be like, this is what I'm doing, because everyone's doing that. So to be different, to actually really care about them, to see what they're up to and see how you can contribute to them, also is a cool thing. And then you reestablish relationships you haven't had in so long. I called a guy from 5 years ago. He's like, oh my God, you got me at the perfect time. And I was like, really? Cool. He helped me with something 5 years ago, like a financial platform. And I was just like, well, I just was thinking about you. And I haven't talked to you in so long. After that social isolation period, kind of everyone went in their own little rooms. I don't say those other words that people refer to, because it stops people to track, and it's been proven to take people out of the conversation. But he became a business partner, and I was like totally not even expecting that. And he's like an amazing Harvard grad from Jamaica who totally busted all different kinds of realms and norms, and I learned so much about him that I never even knew. So it made me feel good, it made him feel good, and now he's gonna bring this business to Jamaica because it's not even there yet. So I was like, wow, I wasn't expecting that. So not going with what I need, just how are you, is something I think works cool. And you get to be like, yay, I have people in the world. I have friends and people that I have made a difference with over my lifetime, right? Because we've met a lot of people in our lifetime. So it's always really reconnect.
Thank you. Really quickly, last two participants, if you have comments, we're a little bit over time.
Celebrate the wins, no matter how small they are. Being here today, you've already taken a step to building on your business. You're not behind the chair, you're learning about the how to do it. So celebrate today because you're here, you're already doing it. So celebrate it because the highs are highs and the lows are lows. So celebrate every single day.
I'm going to concur with everyone here. If you're interested in mushroom coffee, if you're interested in luxury apartments, condos in the DR, Airbnb, I'm your contact. Okay? Mushroom coffee, real estate in the DR, peace, beautiful place.
Thank you, everyone. Really quickly, if you could really quickly just say your name and the name of your business. If you're online, just say really quickly where you can be found. Your name of your business, where you can be found.
I can see the question. Oh, the question?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
of all the grants.
Okay, after this, we can talk to her one-on-one. We're just trying to wrap up, so that's perfect. You got a minute to talk? Sure. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, so my name is Empress Angelique. I am the visionary founder and owner of the Elevated Holistic Wellbeing, as well as Life Alchemy Coaching Academy. You can find me on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, LinkedIn, all of the platforms.
What do you offer in your business?
Okay, so I offer a lot of things. So one, I offer coaching. I specifically work with women, and I work with women to help them to get past any barriers and blocks and the blind spots and the things. I can see what you can't see. When you're in the eye of the storm, you can't see all the things that's happening. I have a gift of being able to help you get into alignment in your mental body, your emotional body, your spirit body, and your physical body, as well as how to navigate that through your business. And so for many years, I've worked with women in that arena, being able to help them. So I offer coaching, I offer workshops and courses online, as well as pop-up events. I do retreats and masterminds. I have a retreat coming up in Costa Rica in October, Egypt in December, and then masterminds for next year, as well as virtual retreats. And so those are the things that I offer. You can find me on my website. You can go to Be Elevated, which is BELE, B like in Victor, AT as in Ted, ED as in David, LLC.com. You can also find me at Empress Angelique, Be Elevated Now on Instagram. And then I have a second Instagram, which is Be Elevated Now, that is the business, and then Life Alchemy Coaching Academy. You can find me on LinkedIn under Empress Angelique Jackson. I usually pop up right up in the front, and TikTok, Be Elevated Now.
Thank you. Thank you.
I can be found at Angela Green Skincare on most social media handles, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, Lemonade, all these different social media platforms. I am a licensed esthetician. I offer skincare treatments in the form of true traditional facials and corrective skincare treatments in my studio, which is located in Carson, California, about 15-20 minutes south of Los Angeles Airport, just off of 405. And I offer virtual skincare coaching as well. I'm also product founder of ADOT Skincare Products, and they're all about hydrating the skin and taking good care of the skin before we get into corrective ingredients and things like that nature. So that is my business and where I can be found. ADOT Skincare. Yes.
I'm Kellyanne Chippendale. I can be found at Kellyanne Chippendale on Instagram. Also, my business with an amazing distribution company is Happy X Squared. It was before Elon Musk. Happy X Squared, because I want that X to be like any number of people getting healthy. Happy X Squared .life Vantage, LIFE VANTAGE. And here's the products for activation. Collagen to take it to make it is our slogan. Collagen, GLP-1, and oxidative stress. Thanks.
GLP-1 is a hot commodity right now.
Almost 30 pounds on that.
Yeah.
And I still eat cookies.
Elaine Rodriguez, Executive Director at Leaf. You can find us at leaf.la. Very easy. LEAF.LA. We provide no cost, no equity, support and resources for entrepreneurs, no matter what stage you're in. We can help you. We definitely have a lot of partners, all of which were mentioned today, including the SBDC. It's one of our partners. So come talk to us about anything, about your business, about a side hustle. I don't know, about what you want to see change in your community, because we also do that. So let's go together.
Yeah, I'm actually in Leaf now through Access to Capital. So they're coming that, I don't know how it's going to do because my credit is shot, but we're going to work on it. So, but yeah, I'm with you guys on Access to Capital program.
And my name is Rashawn Vaughn. It's smartdripcoffee.com. Smart Drip Coffee, and Dumojis, DUMOJIS.com. You can also find that in the App Store.
Emojis is really cool. Tell them what it is. Okay, sorry guys. I know we're wrapping up, but you need to know what emojis is, right?
Yeah, so I have a 3-year-old, I have a 9-year-old. When he was 3, he was diagnosed with autism. 1.5, we started really early. So at 3, when I asked him, how do you feel this night, son? He pointed to the sad face on the feeling chart. I said, son, try again, because we just woke up, you can't be sad. So he pointed to the happy face. So he's sad and happy. I said, son, choose one. He said, Dad, I feel sad. So we created an app that allows you to chop emojis in half, merge the 2 feelings together, name it, and export it in your text messages and content. Right? It's technically a digital feeling chart for the special needs community. It's emojis. We're live on Apple.
Okay, guys. Okay, I just want to say.
Well, Michelle, before you start, because let's take a moment. I know you're rushing, but we're still on time. And I want to take a moment to acknowledge everyone today, everyone that showed up, everyone that came and participated. Today, we witnessed stories of resilience and reinvention. We learned tools to restore our bodies, protect our peace. We talked about strengthening our voices, being creative, writing our own scripts. We've been reminding that midlife is not a deadline. It's a beginning, a sacred transition, and a powerful launch pad. So as you prepare to leave this space, I want you to ask yourself, what wisdom from today do I most want to carry forward? Maybe it's clarity, maybe it's creativity, maybe it's simply courage, maybe it's a connection, a business idea, or a way to move forward in that business. Maybe it's simply remembering that we are not alone. So this is our midlife renaissance. Remember that renewal. We are in a renaissance. Every small step we take, whether it's setting a boundary, nourishing our bodies, daring to follow a dream and step out there on faith and move forward. It's all a part of building a life that we deserve, right? And that's where that mindset comes in, to realizing that we truly deserve the life that we cherish.
Yes.
And remember, the power of the season is not just what we do individually, right? Because we all are amazing individually, all these businesses and everything that everyone does, but it's in how we rise together. And that's what we've done today. We're created a community here, and put midlife and menopause and perimenopause on the stage to say that it's okay to be in transition. It's okay to be everything that happens in this, the good and the bad, the light and the shadow, right? And I hope that what's happened today will ripple out and move into our families, move into our work, move into the world, to know that women are here standing strong and powerful and within wisdom as we move into this time. So I want to seal this with a collective affirmation, because I love my affirmations. And you can say it silently or you can say it with me. But I just want everyone to place their hand on their heart, take a deep breath in and exhale. And today I honor my body.
And today
I honor my journey.
I honor my journey.
I honor the wisdom of this community.
I honor the wisdom of this community.
Midlife is our time to rise.
To rise.
Midlife is our time to rise.
Midlife is our time to rise.
So everyone, hand of applause. Thank you for showing up, for you, for us, for everyone online, for each other. Thank you. I'll go ahead and turn it over to Michelle.
Yes, that was exactly what I was going to do. So we're in alignment, as always, Michelle.
Thank you.
And we're both named Michelle, so. And it's Michelle S, both of us. So we're in alignment, so thank you for that. So that wonderful affirmation and meditation, because we exactly need to do that when we leave out of here. We should continue to carry forward what we got here today, the peace that we felt when we were in this space, and the knowledge that we gained. Some of us learned something new, some of us affirmed what we knew before, but each of us got something from today. So this was brought to you by Pamper Caparelli Arts and Film Festival, this is my organization, and Soulfully Healthy Living, which is Michelle's organization. And together, we've been working together for a while now. Michelle is our wellness director for the festival. Most of you who don't know, it's part of arts festival that we do. We do a lot of social justice work within the community for the festival, and we focus on arts and creativity within social justice space, and so we coin it artivism. You know, it's out there in the world now, artivism. So that's kind of the space we like to live in. And so our festival is coming up in November. So November 7th, 8th, and 9th at Art Shirley downtown. That's where we'll be hosting our festival. We'll be having film screenings, panel discussions like this, focusing on labor and wage equity. So we'll be talking a lot about labor and wage equity. So if anyone's interested in participating, being a panelist, coming out and supporting, we'd really love that. We're also going to be launching a GoFundMe because, as always, we need money. And so we'll hope that you all will support the launch once it is activated on Monday or sometime around there. I'll be sending you all emails, so look out for it. So I'm so grateful to have you guys here in this space today. Very, very grateful. And I thank you for coming out. Those of you who are here in the studio with us and those of you who are online, it's so appreciated, guys, because it's not easy to get up on a Sunday to come out and spend your day just talking about menopause. Who wants to do that, right? But it's an important subject for us as women because we don't talk about it enough, right? And we'll probably be doing more around this subject matter because it's a very important subject. And so as we prepare to leave, we have gift bags for everyone. Please grab a bag. My panelists, please hold tight. I'll get your bags. But everyone, please grab a bag, and we're on our way out. And as we prepare to leave, Kellyanne has an amazing company here. She's shared a little bit about it. So feel free to talk to Kellyanne more about this activation, and she will share more about it. And, you know, for those who are looking for another stream of income, for Sean and Kellyanne, please reach out to them because they do have that available to you. Those of you who are looking for grants and expanding your business, please talk to Elaine. And those of you who are looking for coaching and mentorship, please speak to Empress Angelique and Angela because they're doing it, they've done it, and they know what needs to happen. Okay, guys? Thank you all.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, and outside we have, as she told you earlier, her hair care products. So please take a walk back there and look at her products. Get her card. You know, talk to her about what's happening. And Kellyanne has a booth outside as well, so you can take a look at the products that she has. Because she has all the collagen and everything else that you saw here. And I'm all about the GLP. So, and this is good because it actually activates your own GLP that's in your body. So it's not something foreign going in, it's activating what's already there. So those of you who are into the weight loss or looking for a little fat loss. Fat loss, sorry, not weight loss, fat loss. This might be good.
Yeah, that's my